O tēnā koutou katoa, ko te mea tuatahi ki tō tātou matua nui te rangi ko i te timatanga ko ia no te mutunga, a kia koutou e whakahuihui mai ki kona i āhuatanga o te rānei, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Ko Miriama kamo tōku ingo, ko kaitahu me ngā timutunga, o kuiwi, nā reire tewi, tēnei te mihi nunui ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Oi te whānau, I'm Miriama kamo, nau mai haramai ki whakatau mai rā ki tēnei wā ipurangi, ngā tohu toa, kōrero, reretahi a iwi. I am absolutely thrilled to be your MC for the national final of the 2020 Race Unity Speech Awards. I'm excited about today's events to hear the ideas and the whakaaro that are so needed at this time. These speech awards are vital and they are timely. Right now we need new and fresh ideas, discussion and robust debate and forums where we face courageously into the challenges that are here now and those that are marching relentlessly toward us. So of course, coronavirus has forced us onto this digital platform, but it hasn't stopped us from gathering around the ideas that will help us navigate its impact on our country. Of course, every challenge brings opportunity. And for me, the virus has proven that inequity and inequality are a choice that we have made over and again as a country, but that we have proven if we care enough, we will lock down, we'll find the money, we'll stop everything to solve the issues that threaten our collective well-being. So we have the opportunity now to take that same attitude toward making different choices as we go forward as a nation. And today, I know that we're going to be inspired as we tackle a vital part of that, which is to address the historic, long-standing issues of inequity and inequality, and rather to discuss how we promote racial harmony and meaningful partnership going forward. So the Race Unity Speech Awards are a platform for senior high school students to make speeches putting forward their vision for race relations in Aotearoa. So despite the disruption by COVID-19, we had over 70 students give speeches this year from as far north as Kaitaia and as far south as Dunedin. So it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this national final featuring the top 6 speakers from around the motu. So I'd like to start by acknowledging the organisations that have made the Speech Awards possible. So the New Zealand Baha'i community initiated the Race Unity Speech Awards in 2001 in support of Race Relations Day. The Baha'i continue to coordinate the Speech Awards with the purpose of giving young people a voice in the national conversation about race relations. The Baha'i community is sponsoring an award, Te Tohu Maramatanga, which will be given to a speaker who provides deep insights into how we can work towards realising the oneness of humanity here in Aotearoa. I'd like to acknowledge the New Zealand Police, who have been the principal sponsor of the Speech Awards since 2008. They sponsored the National Champions Award, Te Tohu Raukura Motu. And I'd like to thank the Human Rights Commission and the Here Moani Charitable Trust, who have both supported this initiative since the beginning. Both are sponsoring awards at the national level this year. Te Tohu Eke Pānuku, the Human Rights Commission Award for Impact, and Te Tohu O Mangia, the Here Moani Memorial Award for Advocacy. The Office of Ethnic Communities and Speech New Zealand are also long-standing supporters who have this year taken the step of sponsoring awards at the national level. Te Tohu Whetu Matarau, the Office of Ethnic Communities Award for Vision, and Te Tohu Oahatanga, the Speech New Zealand Award for Delivery. Te Taura Whiri Te Reo Māori, the Māori Language Commission, is the new sponsor this year, and we're giving an award for the best use of Te Reo Māori, Te Tohu Manukura I Te Reo. I'd like to thank the Manukau Institute of Technology, who generously offered their marae free of charge to host the Speech Awards. Of course, we weren't able to take up that offer because of COVID-19, but we do plan to hold the Race Unity Hui there later this year. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge this design agency, Studio Mark, for the last 2 years. They've done all of our branding, graphic design and web design free of charge. So thank you for making Race Unity look so good. We are here to hear speeches on the theme Ti Tiro Whakamuri Kia Anga Whakamua, to face the future, look to the past. So our speakers today have to address at least 2 of the following 4 questions in their speeches. 1, what can we learn from our ancestors and the leaders of the past about how to eradicate racial prejudice? Number 2, how might we commemorate events in our past in a way that helps bring about justice and unity today? Number 3 is, what do you think race relations in Aotearoa should look like 20 years from now, and what do we need to do to secure the future? And then number 4, what do New Zealand's leaders and people of influence need to do to support young people in their efforts to improve race relations? Speakers have to always, also include at least one whakatauki, this proverb, or a whakatauaki, a quotation in their speech. So they can choose between a whakatauaki i te reo Māori, a quotation from the Baha'i writings, and a relevant quote or proverb from their own faith or cultural tradition. So here are the 3 options. Number 1, e tū ki te kei o te waka, kia pakia koe I ngā ngaru o te wā. Stand at the stern of the canoe and feel the spray of the future biting at your face. I love that. That was gifted to the New Zealand Police by the late Dr. Apirana Mahuika. Number 2, consider not the present condition, but rather foresee the future and the end. A seed in the beginning is very small, but in the end, a great tree. One should not consider the seed, but the tree and its abundance of blossoms, leaves, and fruits. And that gives me joy. Abdul Baha from the Baha'i faith. And number 3, a relevant quotation or proverb from their own faith or cultural tradition. So I would like now to invite our judging panel to introduce themselves, starting with our Chief Judge, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Wallace Haumaha, I te manukura, kei a koe.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa I ngā tangata mai te taitokorau tai atu ki Muruhiku. Kei te hari koa tātou katoa I raru I te marumaru o tō tātou kaihanga. Ki te whakarongo ki ngā kai kōrero I runga I te kaupapa nei, te kaupapa whakataitai o ngā tauira o ngā kura tuarua. Nō reira, kei ngā mate o koutou, haere atu rā, hoki atu ki a tātou katoa, ngā kanohi ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you, e te tuahine e Miriama, mō te whakatūwhera I te kōrero mō tō tātou hui I te rānei. It's a pleasure for the New Zealand Police to be here once again, having been involved in the Race Unity Speech Award since 2004 and becoming the principal sponsors in 2008. Together with our police officers, we have been absolutely privileged to be sitting on the judging panels right from that time to this time and listening to the depth of speeches from our young students right across the country as they map a way forward and a path forward to address the issues of racism, bias, and all those things that upset people about being able to be the people that they are within their own identity. The young minds that we have listened to over the year know no boundaries. It has been an absolute privilege to listen as they chart a course forward, not only from their schools, from their communities, but for our country. One of the whakatauki that Miriama mentioned this morning was e tū ki te kei o te waka, kia pākia koe e ngā ngaru o te wā. And that was a real gift from Dr. Apirana Mahuika, who also looked at these issues many, many years ago in terms of cultural inclusion, appreciating diversity in this country, and working together so that everyone who is a participant or lives in this country is able to express themselves through their own identity. So I've had the privilege of being the chief judge for many years now, and most of those young students have gone on to excel in their respective areas. And the theme of today's conference, looking to the past and looking to the future in order to address the issues in the future, is these young students have come out strong, talking about some of the mistakes of the past, so that we are not condemned to repeat them in the future. And again, these young minds have certainly talked to us about many things that concern them, and it's up to us as seniors, as adults in this country, to address and carry forward the issues that they put in front of us. So once again, thank you to everybody. Thank you to the Baha'i Faith. Thank you to all the sponsors who have made this day possible. The first time in 20 years that we're sitting here, not face to face, but by virtual. And again, it's a credit to all of those who have been able to ensure that the Race Unity Speech Awards are not lost to us all. On behalf of the Police Commissioner, Andrew Costa, he extends his best wishes to everybody. And once again, could I say, it is indeed a privilege. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora tata katoa.
Tēnā koe. And if we can go around each of our judges. Meng, kia ora.
Kia ora. Taitoko ngā mihi o tātou kia tātou. Absolutely looking forward to the Race Unity speeches. And this is my first time. So it's exciting. Just want to acknowledge my uncle, Dr. Apirana, a great inspiration to the future people in Aotearoa, a great mentor. So mihi atu ki aia, and he looked after me during my time when I was the mayor. But onwards and forwards, folks. You are the future of our communities, and you are going to inspire. You will make a difference going forward. And so looking back, moving forward, it's a great concept for the Unity speeches for 2020. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Huti.
Tēnā koutou. Mihi atu ki a koe me ngāui whakapuare tō tātou hui e tēnei ata, tēnā koe. E ngā rauranga tira mai, he mihi nui ki a koutou i te runanga wairua, mai i te runanga wairua tapu o ngā Baha'i o Aotearoa. Kia koutou e whakapiri nei ki tēnei kaupapa te whakataetai kōrero kia whakakotahi ngā ahurea tuakiri. Tēnā tātou. Huti Puketapu Watson taku ingoa no Ngāti Pro no Tainui Waka hoki. Ko au te kai whakawā hei kanohi mo te hahi Baha'i, te upoko whakahaere o tēnei kaupapa o te motu. O te rā mihi atu ki a koe Miriama, he honore i whakai koe hei MC mā tātou i tēnei tau. Kia koutou ngā kai whakawā, ngā kai kōrero hoki o tēnei ata, kia kaha koutou, nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. On behalf of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Aotearoa, I'd like to convey our warmest greetings to everyone gathered here today in support of the 2020 National Race Unity Competitions. One of the fundamental principles of the Baha'i faith is the oneness of humanity, and never have we seen this apparent since the advent of the COVID-19, that it's demonstrated to us that there are no boundaries, and to show us, the human race, that we're all in this together. And again, we can see what can be achieved through unified action evident in our own country. This faith, the Baha'i faith, works to raise awareness of the topic of racial unity in discourses of society and spaces where young people can advance the conversation about race relations in Aotearoa. And this is where we think that real progress can be made. And we are humbled and privileged to do this in partnership with our partner organisations. Just for the rest of you, my name in English, of course, my name is Huti Puketapu Watson. I'm from Ngāti Pro, I'm from Tainui as well. I'm a judge representing the Baha'i community today. And thank you, Miriama. We're honoured to have you with us today as our MC. To my fellow judges, the speech contestants, and everyone gathered here to support this kaupapa, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā, Huti. I'm absolutely honoured to be here. Kei a koe, Ellen.
Tēnā tātou katoa ko hui mai nei. Tēnā hoki tātou i ngā āhuatanga tino rereke o te wā, me te mana ko nui, kei te ora pai i a tātou whānui. He mihi nui ki a koutou, kua tunoa mai ki au, e ko ana taki ngā kau, e tautoko no mai te kaupapa tōna hira nei. Nā reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Lou Anderson toko ingoa, he uri ahau no te rarawa. I'm from the burning metropolis of Pangaru, and I'm very pleased to be here with you today. I'm the Chief Executive of Te Arawhiti, the Office for Māori Crown Relations, and it's a fitting topic as we look to highlight the injustices of the past and settle treaty claims, but look forward to what the future of the Māori Crown relationship might be. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to hear what our rangatahi have to say to us today, and I couldn't be any happier. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe lau. Edwina, kia ora.
Kia ora, mai no tātou katoa, ko Edwina Pio tāku enoa, he tangata tiriti aho. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here today as a judge. I've been a judge before for the Race Unity Speech Awards, and I'm absolutely delighted that they've been able to continue, virtually, of course. Our young people are a beacon of hope when we look into the future. I'm New Zealand's first professor of diversity. I work at AUT. I'd like to acknowledge my son, my Turanga Waiwai, and I am currently in Auckland. Harikua Takunaka, it's wonderful to listen to the young people. They're so inspirational. And as we unfold what race unity means for us, I think the important thing really is the praxis. How do we unfold and implement these wonderful ideas to make our country, which is one of the most diverse countries in the world, even more cohesive? So we put back into the kete for the privilege of living in this country. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Edwina. A tāua. Ai aku rangatira, a tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou katoa, to all of our judges. Thank you so much for all of the mahi that you put into these awards and for being with us again this year. So I'd also like to thank Amy Tong. Amy is our timekeeper. And I especially want to thank all of you, our audience, for joining us online at the Speech Awards. We're so pleased to have you watching, so pleased to have you supporting our speakers i te rānei. So COVID-19, as we know, it's forced us to find creative ways of staying connected and discussing the issues facing our society. It is vital that Aotearoa gets to hear what youth have to say about improving race relations in this country. We thank you so much for listening. Of course, we're doing things completely differently. I've never actually emceed an event out of kitchen before. And I know that this is different for all of us, and our students also are speaking to us in a way that they have never been able to do before either. And so we are looking forward to supporting our speakers today as they bring us their whakaaro. We're celebrating the last day of Youth Week 2020. Fittingly, the theme for this year is E kōrero ana mātou, e whakarongo ana koutou. We're speaking, are you listening? Speaking of listening, I'd like to acknowledge a few of our members of Parliament who are tuning in to watch the speeches this morning. The Honourable Peeni Henare, Minister for Youth, Melissa Lee, the Opposition spokesperson for Ethnic Communities, and Priyanka Radhakrishnan, the Parliamentary Private Secretary for Ethnic Communities. I aku rangatira no mai hara mai ki konei ki te mihi nui ki a koutou. Thank you for joining us. Priyanka and Melissa have actually put together a short message each to encourage our speakers. So we'll play those now.
Hi everyone, it's Melissa Lee here. I'm sitting in my parliamentary office in Wellington. I just want to say good luck this Sunday. It is the final of the Race Unity speech competitions, and I've always looked forward to being there and actually listening to some of the speeches at least. But this year I haven't actually had the time. But I know that this year it's going to take a different form. Some of you may be doing it online. I just want to say you will do an amazing job. Do your best. Look forward to it on Sunday.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity. But I'm so pleased to hear that there is an online version this year so that no one misses out. Can I take this opportunity to thank all the organizations that have partnered with the Baha'i community to make the Race Unity Speech Awards 2020 the success that I'm sure it will be. And also finally, just a huge congratulations to all participants for being a part of this wonderful initiative. And all my best wishes to you all. Take care.
Thank you to both Priyanka and to Melissa Tēnā kōrua. Of course, we usually have lots of applause to encourage our speakers. That doesn't work so well online. You can still do it. We do want you to applaud. We would love to feel that love. We know it's coming even if we can't see it, even if we can't hear it. The other thing you can do is you can post a comment with some encouraging words in the live chat. So we'll share those comments with the speakers so they can feel your love. After the speeches, we're going to have a panel discussion featuring exciting young voices in the conversation around race relations and Aotearoa. And then the judges will come back to announce the winners, the results at 1 p.m. Now, to the speakers today, I get it. I know what is on the line. I was a regular competitor at the Korimako Ngā Manu Kōrero speech competitions when I was at high school a million years ago. I know how hard that you have worked. I know you have crafted your ideas with passion, and I know that you will deliver them with verve today, even though you're in your living rooms, perhaps because you are in your living rooms. We are behind you, we stand with you, we support you. We can't wait to hear your whakaaro and your ideas. So kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Take your moment and show us who you are and what you've got, because what you have to say really does matter to everybody who is here and has real application in the world outside. So it's time now really for us to listen, to be challenged, and to celebrate the talent and diversity of the young people speaking i te rānei. I know that they're going to inspire us. So I'd like to start by introducing to you Shay Witihira, a year 13 student from Manukura, representing Manawatu Wanganui. Remember, just before you begin, I'll remind our audience, we would love to have your feedback. Join us in the live chat, and do remember you can applaud and send the love our students' way. Shay, over to you.
It started with a few cases of an unknown virus in Wuhan, China at the conclusion of 2019. Days later, the virus was identified as coronavirus, and by January 11th of this year, the first death caused by the virus was announced. Day by day, new cases of the sickness flooded in, until finally it was announced by the National Institutes of Health that they were working on a vaccine. But by then, the third death caused by the virus was announced, as well as the confirmation of the first case on American soil. Of course, here in little old Aotearoa, we thought, nah, we're over 10,000 kilometers from both countries. There's no way it'll reach us. That was until February 28th of this year. We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. We have confirmation of our first case of coronavirus here in New Zealand. This global crisis triggered citizens across the globe to take precautions effective immediately. Infections in over 70 countries, more than 3,100 deaths, over 90,000 global cases, just one virus. Does this pandemic sound familiar to you? Now, in this case, I'm not referring to the plague epidemic, but rather racism. You see, our concerns are heightened when life is at risk. So I pose the question, why aren't we worried about the lives of victims of racism? Contrary to many opinions, racism actually does kill. Now, if we were to tackle racism the way in which we are currently tackling coronavirus, I believe we could first minimize the statistics before we are away with it. Now I hear you questioning, but Shay, what's the cure? It starts with education and global well-being. In September last year, it was announced by Jacinda Ardern that New Zealand history is to be taught in all schools in kura by 2022. This shift was stated as a commitment to a better New Zealand that recognises the value of all of its residents. This change of curriculum is said to include a wide range of New Zealanders' experiences, and is said to include the arrival of Māori to New Zealand, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the colonisation of and immigration to New Zealand, just to name a few. First and foremost, the guarantee of all students from 2022 forward having some form of education that relates to the country in which they reside in is greatly essential to first understanding the foundations of our country, but to also be exposed to the stories of brutality endured by all of our ancestors in order for us to be here today. Now, unfortunately for some, they are still experiencing these very same trials and tribulations today. Predetermined mindsets that stem from an ongoing culture of categorizing individuals into groups of powerful and powerless, superior and consequently inferior. Now, lucky for us, this thought process is not genetic. No, this is a taught behavior. This racial stigma needs to be broken, and it starts with the education on all bases. Well-being, arguably among the top most talked about issues facing not only our communities, our country, but our world as a whole. Studies have outlined the ongoing effects racism has on well-being, with most victims of racial discrimination being more likely to have underlying health issues, including mental health, and with a lower quality of life. Psychology Today even quotes that when children observe racism, it often erodes their self-confidence and mental well-being enough to affect developmental milestones and achievements in school. So the take-home message from this study is that due to racism being so embedded in our culture for centuries, it will take a conscientious effort from people across our society to remedy the problem. Now, with all that is currently happening regarding COVID-19, it's easy for us to acknowledge that from the ground up, our efforts to minimize and stop the spread of this virus have been highly commendable. However, we cannot ignore the underlying element of racism that is coming into play. The cough can be treated, but I am yet to find a vaccine for racial discrimination. Never did I ever think I would live through such a historic event in not only our nation's, but our world's history. And right now, more than ever, our well-being should be at the forefront of our concerns. Now, regardless that the virus began in China, that is no excuse for it to be identified as the Chinese virus, Mr. Trump. With headlines portraying racial discrimination towards our Asian communities appearing in local newspapers, our Prime Minister continually reminds us the importance of being kind to one another. We must unite to fight the virus, not each other. Our fears and anxieties about contracting this virus mustn't affect our outlook on others. Whilst it's important to take precautions, it does not justify the need for xenophobia. We should be focusing on enhancing and maintaining our overall well-being, uplifting and caring for those around us, remaining in contact with friends and family in the safest way possible, because now, of all times, is not the place for racism. As we did following the mosque attacks and equally with the Australian bushfires, we must show our support through unity. So what's next? We must look to the past in order to face our future, right? So if we were to reflect on our own country's history, what do we know? You see, our history is laden with racial incidents against varying races, despite New Zealand being known for its diversity. The poll tax imposed on Chinese, the Springboks tour, the Tuhoi raids, the mosque attacks just last year, to name a few. Whilst we cannot change our history, we have the ability to change our futures caused by what I call the 3 A's. 1, acknowledgement. Acknowledging each other's histories and realizing that whatever our ancestors went through, bruised and battered, we are still here today, and that's got to count for something. 2, acceptance. Accepting that this community, this country, this world we live in is far too diverse and ever changing for us to be oppressing one another. Accepting each other's differences and putting aside whatever bad blood there is between us, because let's face it, we've got bigger problems to face together, like COVID-19, might I add. Finally, allegiance. Yes, if it wasn't already obvious, we are the cure for racism. Our country's ability to unite and abide by the rules set in place during this lockdown have already been acknowledged worldwide, with other countries wanting to follow suit, of course. So why not give them another great example to follow than by uniting against racism for the greater good? E ai ki tēnei whakatauki. Nā tō raurau, nā taku raurau, ka ora ai, te iwi. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Shea Witihira. Oh, just beautiful. So much passion and some really awesome ideas and notions that you've put out there for us to consider. The 3 A's: acknowledgement of our history, standing despite our wounds, acceptance, putting aside differences, and uniting allegiance. We are the cure for racism, says Shay. We are the cure for racism. I love that. Absolutely right. What we're going to do, Etefano, is give the judges a few minutes before the next speech. While we wait in between the speeches, we're going to be treated to a little bit of music. So we're going to listen to a performance of Ethno New Zealand, a music project that brings together young musicians from around the world to share their music and culture. The camp this year was hosted at Piritahi Marae on Waiheke Island, and these recordings are from a community concert at the Marae. So to find out how you can participate or support Ethno New Zealand, you can visit ethnonewzealand.com, ethnonewzealand.com. So the first track is a Swedish piece of music called Waltz Lassie Olivia. I hope I pronounced that right. So we're going to listen to that and then we'll come back with our next speaker. Enjoy. piece from Ethno New Zealand. So just a reminder here, ethnonewzealand.com if you want to know more about how to support the music body there. Now, just a reminder too, we just heard from Shay Witihira from Manukura. Thank you so much, Shay. Absolutely wonderful to hear you speak. And we move now to our second speaker, Lucia Bernards, a year 11 student from Tawa College, representing the Lower North Island. Lucia.
Kia ora, thank you. E te iwi, kua tai mai te wa, maranga mai, maranga mai, maranga mai. Whakarongo mai ki te reo, ngā rangatira. O ngā tangata o tēnei whenua kua tūrā ka anei raru i te taumaha o ngā āpuatanga o te wā. Ko mātou nei he tangata tāke o tēnei whenua. Ko mātou nei ngā tamariki nā ngā atua. Ko mātou anō he tūhangana kui mana koroma. Ko mātou anō he kaitiaki mā ngā tamariki mokopuna. Mai te tipua, mai te tāpito i kōnei mātou. Taino atu hoki ki te mutunga o te ao. Ka tū tonu mai mātou. Ake, 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 tonu e. To the people, the time has arrived. Wake up, arise. Listen to the words, to the language of the chiefs, to the people of this land who are standing strong despite the heavy circumstances of this time. We are the indigenous people of this land. We are the children of the gods, we are the descendants of our ancestors, and we are the guardians of our descendants. Since the time of the ghosts from the distant past, we have been here. Right up until the end of time, we will remain standing forever and ever. To face the future, we must look to the past. And here is my whānau story. 1st of December, 1941, to Mrs. A. Thompson, Ohinemutu. Much regret to inform you that your son, 26059 Private Richard Thompson, has been reported wounded. The Prime Minister desires me to convey to you on behalf of the government his sincere wishes for a speedy recovery. F. Jones, Minister of Defence. 27th of January 1942, to Mrs. A. Thompson, Ohinemutu. Dearest Mother, by gosh, there were a lot of misses up here. I've never seen so many arms and legs off in all my life. Men ruined for life. So I ask you, is that the price of citizenship? This is my koro, Richard Awatea Thompson, and at the tender age of 16, he enlisted into the 28th Māori Battalion. For the 6 years he was in service, he wrote and received over 100 letters. I have read you part of 2. 2 letters which paint you a picture of the determination, of the struggle, of the blood, the sweat, and the tears my koro went through fighting for his country. For Māori, the Second World War was seen as their price of citizenship. How awful is that? Having to prove in such a drastic way that you belong in your own country? Our young men who fought in the Māori Battalion risked their lives and in some cases lost their lives for Aotearoa. Why? Why did they fight for a country who wouldn't fight for them? While leaders such as Sir Apirana Ngata stressed the price of citizenship line, ultimately many Māori enlisted for a mixture of reasons. To escape poverty was a big one, but also to break out from life in the back blocks. As British subjects, our Māori soldiers would then go on to serve in the defence of the empire. Te Puia Herangi questioned why Māori should fight for an empire that had within a living memory invaded and occupied their lands. But as it turned out, the war was the first time Māori and Pākehā worked alongside each other for a common cause. Race and culture didn't matter as they were fighting for the same thing. The common purpose was peace and unity. It could be said that this was a clear demonstration of Māori's commitment to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, namely partnership, participation, and protection. For those of our men that were lucky enough to return home like my koro, they were not the same men they left as. Many came back suffering from various undiagnosed mental illnesses, alcoholism, and violence. Today, many generations later, Māori is still affected by the impact the war had on its returning soldiers. The price of citizenship. So how might we commemorate events in our past in a way that helps bring about justice and unity to today? Well, from the perspective of our war, we have Anzac Day. And it is important that the younger generation never forgets what our ancestors did to fight for a free world. Our generation is facing a different type of war. The war of racism, terrorism, and worldwide pandemics. As a country and a nation, even more so than ever, we must unite together to make sure that we overcome these challenges, irrespective of our race, gender, religion, and beliefs. He waka e ki noa, we are all in this together. 17th of May, 2020, to Richard Awatea Thompson. Dear Koro, this is my letter to you. Thank you for the sacrifice that you made to make our world a better place. You saw the war as your big adventure, but you had no idea what horrors you were going to face, nor the physical and emotional impacts it would bring. As a 16-year-old boy, you chose to travel to a foreign country to fight in a war. Unbelievably, this was the first time you were considered an equal alongside Pākehā. When you returned, you were still treated as a second-class citizen. You couldn't even access the same healthcare and support as Pākehā. You and your whānau lived with the effects of the war for the rest of your life. My mum, your daughter, has taken a different path of service, supporting our people, communities, and country as you did. She continues to break down barriers, being a leader in a challenging but rewarding organisation. She has always been the only female, the only Māori, the only female Māori. She has always been a minority voice in her workplace. Mum has spent many years serving and advocating for our Pacific, Māori and ethnic communities. She challenges racism and bias and works relentlessly to provide opportunities for minorities to thrive. She has worked tirelessly in service, and like your journey, Koro, there has been an impact on our whānau, the price of citizenship. Koro, I am our future. I will continue the journey you didn't even know you started by advocating and commemorating for unity and peace. My journey of leadership and service has already begun. I am a kaitiaki leader for the Tawa Schools cluster, demonstrating to our younger Māori students the importance of our culture, the importance of standing up for their rights, and showing them how to use their voice to be the next leaders and people of influence to guide our future generations. I founded Te Manata Aiao Climate Change Awareness Group. To do this, I was successful in advocating for unity and peace with the leaders of my school. I'm involved with Amnesty International, working alongside other amazing students who use their voice and influence to fight for the rights of others whose voices cannot be heard. Koro, I will not stop in my journey of advocacy. Ko tāku tūmanaku, my hope. My hope for the future is that no one living in Aotearoa should ever have to pay a price for citizenship like you did. This can be achieved if we all look to our past and the learnings of our tipuna, our ancestors, to ensure a future where racial prejudice is eradicated. Thank you, Koro, for giving your today for our tomorrow. This is my final story. 3 generations showing our contribution towards race unity in Aotearoa, past, present, and future. In the words of our rangatira, Sir Apirana Mahuika e tū ki te kei o te waka, kia pākia koe e ngā ngaru o te wā. Stand at the stern of the canoe and feel the spray of the future biting at your face. E te iwi, kua tai mai te wā, māranga mai, māranga mai, māranga mai. To the people, the time has arrived. Wake up, arise. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Lucia. Thank you so much for that. Asking what the price of citizenship is. And Lucia, speaking so beautifully and movingly of her koro who went to war on behalf of the country with so many of our soldiers and who fought, as she says, for peace and unity you know, a cause which put racial disharmony to the side, but that was only to come back in force once they returned to the country. Lucia says our generation now faces more global threats. E waka eke noa, though, she says, we're in this together, we're going to fight this together. And spoke movingly about her mother, who fights for all of our people in the country. And Lucia is also vowing to fight as well, to lead, and she does on a number already of platforms. And she implores us to learn from our past. Lucia, tēnā koe, thank you so much for your speech today. We're going to take another wee break, another musical break. This is a wedding march from Estonia, and we'll bring you speaker 3 in just a few minutes. Were you transported? That was a wedding march from Estonia. I so want to go to an Estonian wedding now. It sounded absolutely beautiful. We heard from Lucia Bernards from Tawa College just before that wee musical break, and was wonderful to hear Lucia speak about the price of citizenship and what we need to do together to tackle the global threats that are in front of us, and particularly in front of her generation. We're going to continue now with our third speaker, Ngāri ki Tamainu, a Year 13 student from Tauranga Girls College representing Tauranga, Western Bay of Plenty. Tēnā koe, Ngāri ki.
O mai ngā tohu tika I runga te aroha. Give to us your greatest gift, aroha. Love its many connotations. Tohu to haina tēnei kupu ki te ao katoa. It will bring peace, goodwill, friendship among people. Putaki te pō ka ao, ka marama, and take us from the world of darkness and ignorance into the light of knowledge and understanding. Just like Maui slowed down the sun, I am going to slow down time and take you back to the roots of Aotearoa's past. Since the creation of mankind, a diabolical taniwha has consumed our race, the human race. His devious figure lurks upon the surface, hugging the folded pages of Aotearoa's history. Just like a silhouette, his identity remains an unknown shadow. But the whispers of many tongues chant ao katiiwi, the taniwha of racism. He chews and devours on the diversity, values, and beliefs that contribute to the unity of our nation. With the mana of our ancestors through generations, we must challenge this taniwha. Kānohi ki te kānohi. Our elders have left the influential leaders of today the blueprint to support and nurture the uprising youth. The sun is slowly rising, symbolizing a new day, a new beginning, a new way of life. Only united as one can we strive for the better future of our country. Before Maui tames Tamanui Te Rā, the sun, he says to his brothers, why should we be slaves to him? I will catch the sun before it rises and teach it to travel slowly across the sky. By questioning the power of the spiritual being, even though it was conceived as impossible, a foe that was portrayed as a fearsome statue, he was determined to challenge. Thus sparks the fire of courage inherited within all New Zealanders. With the courage of Maui, we can slay this taniwha. Witnessed across generations of our country's history, Mount Taranaki has watched the growth of leaders emerge beneath his eyes and blossom in wonderful ways. In 1860, tangata whenua challenged sovereignty. In 1883, tangata whenua challenged cultural genocide. In 1881, tangata whenua encouraged passive resistance against the taniwha on the grounds of parihaka. Ngāri ki puhi wairua Tamainu. Within each syllable of my name travels the stories and journeys of my namesakes. I was gifted their legacy to uphold their aspirations, traditions, and dreams. Although once I felt this was an immense burden, I now only feel pride to carry and to continue to embrace them within every aspect of life. As a child, I was made to feel uncomfortable for the lack of effort many displayed in simply asking how to pronunciate my name. However, at 18 years of age, I now know that overlooking the pronunciation of a cultural place, name, or word exemplifies your contribution to feeding the taniwha. And I refuse to fall victim to the mere descending voice of racism. Instead, I stand. Will you feed the taniwha, or like Maui, use your courage to challenge him? On the land of the long white cloud beats the hearts of more than 200 cultures. I've discovered that indeed our leaders have grasped the ideologies of the past. They have provided countless opportunities to support the youth of today. It was a few years ago that I was given the opportunity to learn the cultural significance of Pacifica beauty through dance. Being unfamiliar with this culture was daunting. Fear overwhelmed my thoughts with the assumptions that I wouldn't be accepted and that I would face the taniwha. Nevertheless, the people I am proud to call my friends open their arms and culture with warm embrace. They are the representations and living forms of the values of Aotearoa's unity. Performing side by side in harmony, our bodies flow, showcasing triumph. The triumph of battles against the taniwha of which our leaders of today continue to fight. Alberto William Seal, MP of Labour and Minister for Pacifica Peoples, sponsors of the ASP Polyfest, said in his maiden speech, "Principled leadership is what these future leaders expect from us. and from this house. And we must rise to that challenge for the sake of future generations of our nation. Amongst our own parliamentarians, we have MP leaders Alpito William Seal, Melissa Lee, Goldes Gaharaman, and so many more, representing different cultures, childhoods, and political groups, but are fighting the same battles for the outcome of the same purpose. So just like Maui tamed the sun, and tangata whenua of Taranaki showed passive resistance against the taniwha on the grounds of parihaka, our leaders of today have learned that in order to work towards destroying the taniwha of racism, we must have strong leaders of all cultures within Parliament, making the decisions with the determination to advocate and ensure that multicultural pathways are sustainable for our people. Walking through the carved wooden frames, entering the four walls that contain the greatest heights of Māoridom, I am now transported back through thousands of years. I gaze in awe upon the millions of miles my elders are to embark on, inhaling the cold bitter wind that stretches vast along Te Moana Nui Āwhiwa. The night sky illuminates while the stars dance in harmony, guiding my ancestors to the land of Aotearoa. The moon pulls their waka into the shores of a new way of life. Their purpose, to discover a future where their people could prosper and flourish on new soil. This was the journey of my ancestors, and I believe is our prophecy. I am now awakened that our purpose now and for the future is to create a new life, one with freedom of the taniwha, where we no longer hear nor fear him, setting forward our waka united as one into the ocean of new beginnings, an ocean where we travel linked by hearts, all races and international countries, to overcome the virus of COVID-19. It affects us all, and we know the cure does not involve nor has a place for the taniwha, navigating through our ancestors to guide us to a future of cohesive and inclusive unity for our nation, Aotearoa. Can you hear that? That is the sound of our future awaiting us. In the bond of love we meet, my brothers and sisters of every creed and race, for the primary purpose of unity for our nation. In the past, we embraced the fire burning deep within us. We used the weapon of courage to burn a taniwha so big that he shrunk. Today, our leaders use the taiha and rototokorus of opportunity to amplify the force of a strike. For future generations, their greatest weapon will be oneness. E tū koutou, together in unity, we will destroy the taniwha and fulfill the prophecy of Aotearoa.
Awi Ngāri. Ka tāhua. A tāhua. So Ngāri ki spoke about, well, what I loved actually, right at the beginning, Ngāri, you talked about being like Maui and slowing tamanui te rā, slowing down the sun and helping us all to understand the issues that are in front of us, to see them in a crystal clear way, and that with the courage of Maui, we can tackle the taniwha of racism. Ngāri ki talked about the frustration of continuously having to teach people or educate people on how to pronounce her name. That is something that I completely understand and empathize with, and many of us can, of course. This idea, our movement forms, our dance forms across the Pacific create a blueprint or a model of moving together in harmony and as one is an important image, I think. We must have strong diversity of leaders in society, and particularly in Parliament. And Ngāri ki talked about an ocean of new beginnings. If we see an ocean of new beginnings, then we can not only defeat this virus, but the very many threats that are in front of us at the moment. Tēnā koe Ngāri ki mō tō whakaaro i te ata nei, a tāhua. We're going to take another break. So this time, before we get to our next speaker, Andre, we're going to listen to a combined Jewish and Irish polka. Enjoy. So that was a combined Jewish and Irish polka. Fantastic. Ngāriki Tamainu was our last speaker, and she implored us to think of ourselves in this new context as being like Maui. If we have the courage of Maui, we can tackle the taniwha of racism, Ngāriki said. It's my privilege and pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, Andre Hapuku Lambert. Andre is a year 13 student from Karamu High School, representing Hawke's Bay. Tēnā koe, Andre.
A monk was approached by a young man. The young man was troubled and had something on his mind. He said to the monk, "This world is so full of bad, of hate, a place where people discriminate. So I ask, how do you change the world?" The monk smiled and replied, "The key to changing the world is changing yourself. E te iwi, you see, what we do, what we say, how we behave, influence the people around us. A person is a product of the people around them, of their environment. A classic example of this can be a child. If a child was brought up around people that spoke positively and acted peacefully towards all people, that child will become someone who is positive and peaceful to all. If a child was brought up around people that spoke negatively and acted hatefully towards people of a certain ethnicity, that child will become someone who is racist. 1975, Dame Whina Kupa led a march to protest ongoing Māori land alienation. 1999, Hine Wehe Mohi was frowned upon for singing the New Zealand national anthem in Te Reo Māori. 2019, Christchurch mosque shootings. 2019, racist abuse towards my friend, Mia Griffiths, a 17-year-old waitress. 2020, racist abuse towards a Wellington train conductor. In the past, racism lived in New Zealand. In the present, racism lives in New Zealand. In 20 years' time, will racism live in New Zealand? That's up to us. Just like a person is a product of their environment, a nation is the product of its people. For years, we, the people of Aotearoa, have been providing a racist environment through digesting and accepting racial stereotypes, racial slurs, and racial jokers in our society, shaping our race relations to what it is today. But just imagine a New Zealand where our train conductors won't be abused due to the colour of their skin, where our minorities can go to their sacred place of worship without feeling the need for protection. Imagine a New Zealand where somebody's identity is respected through the correct pronunciation of their name. A future New Zealand in 20 years' time where racism does not remain. I know what you're thinking. How do we secure this future and eradicate racial prejudice? Well, te tiro whakamuri, kia anga whakamoa. To face the future, we must look to the past. Dame Whina Kupa said, "How the children grow will be the shape of Aotearoa." In this quote, she has highlighted what the key is to shape our country in the future to a place of racial harmony. The children are the future. So if we want race unity to be achieved, our tamariki are the key. However, as we are the ones that influence who they will become, us older generations are also the key. I believe there are three important things we must learn from our past. We must collect these so we can then project these on our tamariki, for them to reciprocate and use to create a harmonious, unified future New Zealand society. The first is mātauranga, education about different cultures. This is important because why would I respect a different culture if I don't understand its significance? New Zealand, we must whaia te mātauranga, pursue education. This will give New Zealanders exposure to diversity And this means when they are in a situation where someone has a different cultural belief, speaks another language, or when they go into a marae, they won't show racial prejudice and instead know how to respect, accept, and embrace diversity. Education about our own country's history is also important. Some people might say, get over the past, it doesn't matter anyway. But what they are actually saying is to get over the history that has a huge impact on people's lives today. The government's decision to make New Zealand history compulsory in the school curriculum will set this country up for success within 20 years' time, as through this, the future people of New Zealand will be more accepting of diversity. Aotearoa, whaia te mātauranga. The second thing is a trait which we can learn from our past leaders. What does Dame Whina Cooper, Hine Wehe Mohi, and Mia Griffiths' great stances against racism have in common? Maya, courage. E te iwi. Right now, when people are being degraded in our schools, our universities, our workplaces, due to the mispronunciation of their name, we need courage. Right now, when our train conductors are being abused due to the colour of their skin, we need courage. And right now, when our young waitress workers are being mocked and made to feel ashamed of themselves due to their heritage, we need courage. Right now, we need to have the courage to etsu korero atu, stand up and speak out. If my friend Mia Griffiths did not stand up and speak out last year about the racist abuse she suffered while waitressing, those people she served would still think to treat someone like that is okay. E te iwi, like Mia, we must stop standing on a fence and instead have some strength when we hear a racial comment, a racial slur, or see any racial gesture in our society. So people get the message that any form of racism is not heroism. Aotearoa, e tū, kōrero atu. The third thing is kotahitanga, unity. He waka eke noa. We, as New Zealanders, are all on the same waka. And if we want to achieve racial unity, then we need to all be pulling our own weight and mahi tahi, work together, paddling in the same direction. The Māori Land March would have not been as moving as it was if it was just Dame Whina Cooper marching along. Ki te kōta I te kākoho ka whiti, ki te kāpuia e kore e whati. When I stand alone, I am vulnerable. But when we stand together, we are unbreakable. Aotearoa, mahi tahi. Education, courage, and unity are the three things that if we embodied and instill in the tamariki, will lead New Zealand to its harmonious future. Let us be the generations to be the last to see racism have a place in our Aotearoa. Let us raise and influence better generations so our country can be shaped into a home where racism does not roam. Aotearoa, whaia te mātauranga. Aotearoa, e tū, kōrero atu. Aotearoa, mahi tahi. In the past, racism lived in New Zealand. In the present, racism lives in New Zealand. In 20 years' time, will racism live in New Zealand? That's up to us.
Kia ora, Andre.
Kia ora, Andre.
Kia ora, Andre. So Andre spoke about, a person being a product of their environment, that if we provide a negative environment, then we're going to create a negative person. And he extrapolates that out to the wider population. If we are a population which allows negativity to grow, we tolerate racism, then we are going to be a country of those very things. Imagine was a big word in Andre's speech. Imagine a country without racism. Imagine what our country could be. He spoke of mātauranga, of maya, and of kotahitanga, of unity, and also spoke about, like Lucia did, about name pronunciation. And, as I say, it resonates for me because what it tells us when people don't pronounce our names correctly is that we are less than, we're not worth the effort of getting our names right. And I always say as a journalist, if you don't say my name right, you are factually wrong. And that's the last thing anyone wants to do in my industry, is be factually wrong. So that kind of helps me out a little bit. But yeah, that's a very simple and easy but potent challenge that we need to put out there about making effort with people's names. Let us be the last generation which tolerates racism, Andre said. Thank you so much, Andre. Wonderful to hear your kōrero. We're going to take another musical break. This fourth track is an Arabian Andalusian piece called Lambada. Good idea to unmute myself. That was an Arabian Andalusian piece called Lambada. So I hope you enjoyed that, and also enjoyed as much as I did hearing from Andre Hapuku Lambert, who implored us to think about mātauranga, maya, and kotahitanga as pillars that we can lean on to move forward together. Let us be the last generation which tolerates racism. He ended with He waka eke noa. Our fifth speaker today is Jen Marsh. Now, Jen is a year 13 student from Otago Girls High School, representing Otago. Tēnā koe, Jen.
E ua te wata ke ki runga aku pare kawa kuairo tura kia maringi iho aku roe mata e te apui pari haka e ta kirira wa te mara mai te poe Tēnei au ka tū I te pua hurua te ao Māori. Ka tōia ke taku kaupapa kōrero. Kia hāhu ake ai ki te mata ārero. Kia hua ake I konei. Titira whakamuri, kia anga, whakamua. Nau e te pimia te kōrero. Hei wikotahi tātou. Engari rā, kia tirohia e tātou. Tō tātou ake hitori. Our thoughts turn to the past, to the forefathers from Taranaki, the descendants of Parihaka who were imprisoned for simply following the words of Te Whiti o Rongomai and Tohu Kākahi. Te Whiti o Rongomai dreamt of uniting his people through passive resistance, a passive resistance which allows Māori to peacefully stand up to the injustices and disempowerment they face. At the time of Te Whiti's death, in 1907, he lay within white albatross feathers. Kāre Waitara, who delivered the eulogy, spoke. Let this be understood by all Māori, Pākehā, and all other nations. The white feather is a sign that all nations of the world will be one. Black, red, and all the others who are called human beings. This feather will be the sign of unity, prosperity, peace, and goodwill. Throughout time, we have seen many other rangatira who embody this white feather image. For example, Dame Whina Cooper and her vision for Māori land acknowledgement and return. Bob Marley and his fight to change the system through his music. And Pania Newton, like Dame Whina Cooper, resisting the confiscation of Ihumātao and the breach of the Treaty of Waitangi. From these raukura, we see the beginnings of the korowai, the strength of our people, and the spark of determination towards our common goal, unity. From these rangatira, we see the next layer of the korowai, the people, the kaitautoko. This race unity event paving the way for the opinions of rangatahi to matter, even during a world pandemic, proving the potential that this korowai has for success. COVID-19 has been a setback all over the world and a destructive pathway for racism. Our Asian whanaunga facing harassment in person, online, and not receiving fair and equal treatment. By people in power labeling the coronavirus the Chinese virus, xenophobia is encouraged and tensions between countries are increased. While the virus did in fact originate in China, and the statement is not entirely racist, it directs a nasty fire full of hatred towards China and its people, as though it is some sort of blame game. Despite the fight against COVID-19 occurring outside of these four walls, we are staying together, progressing our journey to race unity through the most trying of times, lengthening our korowai. The 5th of November. What do you think of? Is it Guy Fawkes? Fireworks? For me, it is the invasion of Parihaka Pa in 1881. The cracking and booming of the fireworks replicating the sound of gunshots echoing across the country. The gunshots of the New Zealand land wars, killing Māori and killing Pākehā. The gunshots of the March 15th mosque attacks, killing Muslims. Pūhia mōta, pūhia whakapapa, pūhia kaririye. Whilst our country's unity after the mosque attacks brings a beautiful sense of hope and progression of unity through devastating times, why does it take so much death to bring unity? Why are we so ignorant towards our own past? Why is it that we celebrate the failure of an assassination attempt in England, but failed to recognise one of the most significant events in New Zealand history. Me te mata tā tātou ko ke whakamua, ki te ara ki tua, ki te rā e whiti mai ana, kia hōhau ai te rongo, kia noho ngātahi tātou katoa I roto I te rangi Māori e. Ka tīkina atu te kōrero a tā apirana ngata e mea ana. Te tini tamatoa I o ha kitia moa pōpō. Ko te wawata ia, tērā pea ka huri mai o tātou hoa Pākehā ki te ata whai. Nō reira, kai aku whanaunga Pākehā, ata whai mai ki tēnei waka o tātou. Mā reira pea e riro ai a tātū, he rā matu hake moa tātou tīpuna katoa. Kia kaua e waiho tēnei kaupapa, kia tāre watonu I te takiwā. E tō tara wāhirua tonu atu ai te Māori me te Pākehā. Nā tō raurau, nā taku raurau, ka ora ai te iwi. It is with your food basket and my food basket that people will thrive. This whakatauki encapsulates the notion that while working in isolation might result in survival, working together can take people beyond survival and onto prosperity. This leads us towards the final phase of our korowai, working together to create success, using the history and knowledge of all people in our country. When weaving your korowai, you cannot skip the first line, the history, otherwise there is no foundation for the weaving to begin. Despite the harsh reality and difficulty that we have talking about our country's history, it is a necessity for our people to be able to work as one, the ability for our korowai to stay strong and functional. The exposure and acknowledgement of our past provides the best reason to improve the future for the generations to come, to weave together our strength and unite. Nā waia, hei wi kotahi tātou. Me mātua anga whakamua tātou ki te oranga tonutanga o ngai Māori mā, o tira o ngai Aotearoa mā. Mā te aha? Mā te mōhio ki tō tātou wake tua kiritanga. Me te whakamana, me te whakatapu I o tātou tīpuna, I mate ai konei. Ki te anga whakamua, ki te rangi Māori e, ki te waikanaitanga, ki te oranga tonutanga o tātou katoa. Me mautohe, māranga ake, taku rau kura e hei.
Jen Marsh, Tauki, Atahua. Thank you so much. Jen spoke about parihaka, about Te Piti and Tohu and the white feather that sprang from that movement and what it represents today, and talked about that one white feather being just the beginning of a korowai. This is a powerful image, the notion of a korowai being able to be used to provide a model for the way that we can keep building and weaving our future together. A really great question there. Why must unity come as the result of death? Why should so much death occur before we are able to gather around and unite around and agree on a pathway forward? So Jen, thank you so much for your whakaaro, for your speech this morning. Wonderful. We're going to do what we've done after each speech. We're going to go to a musical break to give our judges a moment to get their thoughts together. And this fifth track is a taonga puoro composition from Aotearoa, from New Zealand. Anei. So a beautiful taonga puro composition, absolutely gorgeous. We just heard from Jen Marsh from Otago Girls High School, who invoked parihaka, and the image of a korowai starting with a single feather. And that this is an image and a model that we can use as we go forward together to solve the issues that we face. It is my pleasure now to welcome our sixth and final speaker for the day. Jess Jenkins is a Year 13 student from Tawa College representing the Lower North Island. Tēnā koe, Jess.
I stand complete, yet I am divided. I speak in the tongue of the obvious, yet I am verbally illiterate in my other. For I have been suppressed, I have been cheated, I have been deceived. But I am the oppressor, I am the cheater, the liar. I am lost in this present, confused, confuzzled. So I look back to the past only to find that I stumbled. You see, when part A of me took what the other once had, lied, deceived, part B became mad. After some speeches, some alcohol, and ill-fitting prose, part A went and stole, which we forgot to disclose. So easily, so simply, as quick as could be, and boom, suddenly, we became a colony. For a colonised state we now had become, all hail the Queen, the mighty Vic One. Now part B was furious, running about, prancing around with my bum hanging out, deemed underdeveloped, deprived and distressed. Part A didn't realise we didn't know best. So quite naturally, quickly, a fight was begun and raged many years before they became one. And although one piece they may be standing before you, me, I am still conflicted because am I really free? Are we free to be? I am white. I am the symbol of the oppressor, the racist, the problem. I am not the perception of a victim. I am the majority, the white man. Externally, in my current form, I represent the sheltered, the contribution, a mere statistic, which outnumbers those minorities within society. I am as white as the smoke that escaped the guns that I used all those years ago. The guns I held with pride, the guns I took and aimed and shot another part of myself with. For no longer am I the dormant embryo inside of my tipuna as they died in the hands of their oppressors. Myself, for when I look to my past, I am not met with unity or guidance, but confronted with division. For I am Maori. But where do these two worlds meet? Where do they mesh and meld into one so that we as a society can be considered in union? Like physical representation of my being. Te reo whakamuri kia a ngā whakamoa. To face the future, look to the past. To face our future, I look to my past. Within it, I have experienced pain, division, oppression, the horrors of colonization, racism. I must move forward. We must move forward. Look beyond the separation within myself. A conflict of races based on ethnic prejudice and misguided, inevitable judgment. In Aotearoa, we come from a place of division. From the very day of the corrupt signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, we cemented an already separate society. From 1877 until 1951, there was a separate census for Māori, and it was not until 1945 that we received full old age and widow's pensions. One part of me, my European white part, took pleasure in this exclusion. I shut my Māori part out, made certain that bars, cinemas, swimming pools and hotels sometimes excluded Māori. Made sure that some properties were not available to rent. I didn't allow part of me to speak in my native tongue. I suppressed my own culture, deemed myself below me because I was white. Ironically, I didn't realise that one day those brown people I was excluding would actually become me in the form of my descendant. That descendant stands here before you today. Yes, I am white. I am Māori, but I am me. Racism is real. Racism is not a mere concept. Racism occurs daily. We see this in all stages of life, from the seemingly insignificant childhood chants in the playground to the snide, unaware comments that we hear from young and old alike on a daily basis. In 20 years from now, we must reach a place where we are all equal, a mutual agreement where every citizen is treated for their contributions, their achievements, where Aotearoa won't require a quota system or ethnic filtering because we will all be equal. There will be no comments, no stares, no questions. This is the future we need to envision. We must start now to secure this future, for unfortunately, we still have so far to go. Just over a year ago, Aotearoa endured her darkest day. A horrific act of terrorism saw innocent lives stolen in a house of prayer in Christchurch. Immediately following this heinous attack, social media came alive with condolences. Two of the main messages that stuck were the expressions, "This is not us," and "They are us." No, we are not proud of this aspect, but this is us. We are a country in denial. Islamophobia exists here. Racism exists here. As a Māori with white skin, I don't personally experience it, but it pains me that so many people who are close to me do. Just as my white ancestors fought my Māori ones, racism exists here. We must first address the blatant separation occurring within society today in order to secure our ideal racism-free future. They are us. Of course they are us. So why did it need to be reinforced? Who is us? All New Zealanders? Because if all New Zealanders are us, then were they not us before the attack? If this same thing had happened to white New Zealanders, would we be saying they are us? Exactly. We are all immigrants sharing one whenua. We must reach a place of true unity. And I don't mean the unified society we call ourselves now. I mean a society where we're not bogged down by racist and bigoted judgmental views. If I can't look within my own past to face a racism-free future, then I must look elsewhere. 57 years ago, a man stood on a podium and said, "I have a dream." It seemed the whole world marvelled, said they had dreams too, played along with his proposition and decided that we would try and make a change, an eradication of racial prejudice. But at that same time, it was proclaimed that if a dream it is, then a dream it shall be. You see, 5 years later, that same man was shot and killed for his courage, for his mission. And 52 years on from Martin Luther King Jr.'s day of death, we are still fighting this issue. We are still dreaming. Yes, we have progressed, but we still have so far to go. These are the past leaders we draw on to face our future with. E tū ki te keo te waka, ka pā ki a koe e ngā ngaro o te wā. Stand at the stern of the canoe and feel the spray of the future biting at your face. These leaders of the past stood on their vessels to face the future. We too must feel the hope and unity that so drove their mission. I am not yet complete. Physically, I stand as a whole, but I am not equal. In the future, I dream that we will be equal, truly equal, and in a day and age that relies on its youth. As rangatahi, we must pursue that highest mountain, the tip of that peak. For one day, I believe we will truly be complete.
Powerful, thank you very much. Jess Jenkins from Tawa College, who spoke about the division that is not just inside of our society, but also, and says this is us, but what and who are we, and where do we want to go? If there is a dream, what is it? And let it not just be a dream. So thank you very much, Jess. And ki ngā ka kōrero I tēnei ata, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou katoa mō whakaroa tāhua. It was just wonderful to hear you all speak. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Jen Marsh, for bringing us the korowai image. We start with a single feather and we weave together. Andre, mātauranga maia, kotahitanga, the pillars that we can move forward together on. And he asked us to imagine. And Ngāriki Tamainu from Tauranga Girls College. I loved that powerful image of the movement forms across the Pacific, which provide a blueprint of moving together in harmony and as one. And also speaking about Maui, you know, we slow down if we use our power to slow down powerful forces so that we can distill those ideas and examine them together. It was very, very cool. Lucia Bernards from Tawa College, what's the price of citizenship? Lucia asked, and spoke of her koro and of all of our people who went to war to fight for peace and unity. And so why is it that we have not been able to achieve that yet here in Aotearoa? Why do we still fight for those things? So the price of citizenship, Lucia vowed to fight on for it. And then right at the beginning, we had Shea Witsihira from Manukura, who compared the virus to racism, racism being like a virus too. The cure starts with education, Shea said to us, and we need to unite to fight that, unite to fight the virus, not to fight each other. So we need to reject xenophobia. And Shea asked us to look to the past, to face the future with the 3 A's, acknowledgement, acceptance, and allegiance. We are the cure, Shea said, for racism. Some really powerful thoughts this morning, and a lot of, a lot of grist for the mill, a lot for us to think about. So, just wonderful to have you all speak this morning. The judges now have the very difficult task of coming up with some results, and they have until 1 o'clock this afternoon to do that. I'm glad I'm not one of the judges. This is no easy task for them. So while we wait for the judges, we have the awesome opportunity to hear from some bright young New Zealanders having a live discussion about this kaupapa of race unity. I'm going to introduce the 4 panelists today, but what I would really like us to do is just take a moment before we get to our panelists to to thank our speakers, and to do that in any way that we want to do, whether it's to applaud or whether it's to get onto our comments, live stream and send them your whakaaro, your thoughts, and your appreciation and gratitude for their courage in standing up today and sharing their thoughts, which provides such wonderful, rich ideas and streams from which we can start moving forward together. So I'll applaud for you, and I know that so many people are joining us in doing this. Let's go to our panel now. So first of all, we have Tayaba Khan, who's a former CEO, public sector leader and founder of the Khadija Leadership Network, an organisation supporting women leaders in the Muslim community. Tayaba has appeared at conferences and in the media to speak about racial and religious prejudice, gender equality and leadership. A few weeks ago, she was the chief judge at the Lower North Island Race Unity Speech Awards. So we welcome you, Tayaba.
Oh, thank you so much, Mariama. It's a pleasure to be here.
Lovely. We'll look forward to hearing you in the panel, along with Ruby Judson, who is a Year 9 student from Auckland, who's working on a project to break down stereotypes and celebrate diversity following the mosque attacks on the 15th of March 2019. Ruby brought together a group of friends and started a project called Unite in Strength. The group has designed a set of strength cards to help kids recognise and talk about what they have in common, and they've been using social media to move their kaupapa forward during the COVID-19 lockdown. So welcome to you, Ruby. So good to have you with us today.
Thank you. It's amazing to be here.
Lovely. We'll look forward to hearing from you soon. And then we have Stevie Davis-Tana. Stevie is a youth worker and spoken word poet with whakapapa to Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Porou and Te Arawa. Stevie was born and raised in Auckland and has spoken powerfully about the experience of young urban Māori finding their place to stand. Stevie has been volunteering in the youth development sector since she was 14 and is currently working with Action Education, an organisation that helps young people build their identity and community connections through creative self-expression. Thanks for joining us, Stevie.
Kia ora, Mariama, really excited to be here today. Thank you.
Awesome, we're excited to have you too. And Ali Zahuri Dossa is a youth mentor, medical student and community coordinator. Ali was born in Jamaica to parents from West Africa and Iran, and has called New Zealand home since 2013. For the past 5 years, Ali has been participating in discussions about race relations on behalf of the Baha'i community. Welcome, Ali.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm keen to discuss this idea with you guys.
Awesome. And lastly, I would like to introduce our facilitator for the panel, Aidan McLeod from the Baha'i Community's Office of Public Affairs, which organises the Race Unity Speech Awards and Hui. Aidan immigrated to New Zealand from Canada in 2001 and has made his home in Te Awakairangi, the Hutt Valley. So Aidan is going to facilitate the panel for us this morning, and then we will be joining back with the judges for the results at 1 o'clock. But in the meantime, enjoy this panel with Aidan. Over to you.
Kia ora, Miriama. Really appreciate those lovely introductions. And I wanted to say thank you so much for being our MC today. I think I'm the only person on camera today who has the opportunity to say this on behalf of the Baha'i community and the organizer of the speech awards, that it really means so much to us to have someone of your caliber running the show, especially when we're in this online format. Yeah, so that grace and manaakitanga that you have from your work and from your person is really shining and making this flow. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora. So to this panel discussion, I'm really excited to be speaking with this group of inspiring wahine toa. They've already been introduced, so I won't bother with that. But I did want to say, we're going to start by getting some reactions to the speeches. So what did you guys think? Maybe we could start with Tayaba. Did you have one that stuck out or something that really spoke to you?
Oh, look, I mean, the Race Unity Speech Awards are so moving. It's very hard to say that there was just one person or one thing that, you know, really stuck with you, because there are so many gems that you receive as gifts during this process. I just want to say today's speeches were really, really moving. And I really appreciated hearing, I suppose, solutions that young people had to offer in terms of what it is that all of us can do now to make sure that 20 years from now, we are a very different nation. And I'm so excited about the prospect of seeing us actually put these things into practice.
Kia ora, thank you, Tayaba. Ali, did you want to make a few comments? Was there anything in particular?
Yeah, it's kind of hard, as you said, Taiba. I feel like all the speakers were so eloquent and really kind of hit the nail on the head as to where we need to be discussing this topic right now, given the current COVID-19 crisis as well. I made a lot of notes about kind of things that stood out to me. I thought the 3 A's from Shay were really profound and quite a simple kind of easy tool to talk about addressing, overcoming past injustices with people. I thought Lucia's really insightful and quite inspiring story about her ancestors and how they, went to serve during the World War, and also her own mother and how she serves in ethnic communities and uplifting that population is really quite powerful. I thought a lot of the speakers spoke about the importance of education and also the importance of aroha and compassion to overcome this taniwha, as she said, in this country. So it was really profound.
Kia ora, Ali. Stevie, would you like to share a few?
Yeah, like what's already been said, I guess it would be so hard to pick just one. It's been really beautiful and amazing to hear the speakers this morning, to hear some really diverse viewpoints, but also to hear such passionate young people speaking so bravely about a lot of very difficult but necessary truths. This can be really hard to get up and to speak to some of these topics. So I really do want to commend the speakers on their bravery in speaking about these things that are so important, especially in our society today. Exactly what Ali said, a huge amount of eloquence, really impressed by the way that they were able to hold themselves and deliver their messages. And I think one of the things that I loved the most was this real use of metaphor throughout a lot of the speeches, talking about the use of taniwha and korowai, which I think provides such beautiful imagery while they're talking. So yeah, I just really want to commend our speakers for this morning for their passion and their strength and their courage in talking about this. I'm really excited that we have young people like this who are speaking on such important topics. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, the metaphors are amazing, eh? One of my favorite metaphors is actually Jess Jenkins using her own person as a metaphor. If we're talking about race unity, that she's able to look in her own whakapapa, in her own past and history, and see the divisions in our society there, and actually also look there for the possibility of a unified future. I thought that really hit me quite hard. Also, I guess while I'm sharing my highlights, Lucia really touched me when she was talking about her koro and using her relationship to her koro to express her whakaaro about race unity. And it's kind of amazing to think that he was just 16 when he went to fight in the World War. And here she is at probably about 15. She's year 12 student? No, year 11 student. Yeah, so probably that touched me quite a lot. Well, that's my thoughts. Ruby, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I really liked how some of the speakers were talking about the importance of education of our past. Shay said we need to look to the past and honour the ancestors who have been wronged, and to be able to move forward with our eyes open. And Nariki said we can't fight injustice and racism if we don't know it exists. And so yeah, I think it's really important that young people have the knowledge of the past in order to move forward. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you, Ruby. So I'll take this opportunity to say that near the end of the panel, we'll be taking questions from the audience who's watching online. So if you have a question you'd like us to consider, just pop it through in the live chat. Our moderators will grab it, send it through to us here on Zoom, and we'll pick a few of those to answer. So I'm really excited about hearing what are the pātai that you guys have that you want to address. Now, the next thing I was thinking we could talk about is I thought it'd be really interesting to hear some of your guys' thoughts, panelists, on some of these questions that our speakers were talking about, which is what we do at the Race Unity Hui, by the way. Usually the Race Unity Hui happens at the same time as the National Final of the Speech Awards. You know, we have the Hui, and then the Speech Awards, the final of the Speech Awards is right after. And these questions that the speakers today have been talking about, all young people aged 15 to 30, and those who support young people who are over 30, have that opportunity to have that corridor in small groups, in workshops, and we bring out a message that represents their whakaaro, their thoughts on these important questions that our speakers are talking about. So I guess this is a bit of a preview of the Hui, which we've postponed to later this year because it's hard to have a Hui on Zoom, you know, with 100 or 200 people. So previewing the Hui, let's get some of your thoughts on one of the questions they were going to, that they spoke to is this one: how might we commemorate events in our past in a way that helps bring about justice and unity today? So I was wondering, Stevie could share some whakaaro on that.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. This is it's actually a topic that I'm really passionate about, and I've spoken about this topic before, and I have written poems about this and stuff too. So I'm really excited that this question was a part of the speeches. I think for me, one of the biggest parts was that I was really impressed how some of our participants today, like Lucia and Shay, talked about the reality and knowing the reality of our history of New Zealand, of Aotearoa, being able to understand the brutality within our history and the very real events that have occurred, being able to understand the bravery and resilience also of our history, but also I think just for everyone being able to understand the importance of knowing our history, especially because in relation, I guess, to justice and equality, that racism is deeply embedded in our history and our current society. And then that's an important fact for us to acknowledge. As I think it was Shay spoke about, the government has made learning the history of New Zealand compulsory in New Zealand in future years. And I think that's great. I think it's really important that we are starting to teach our young people that, but I want to challenge that and say, is it enough that we're only teaching our young people? What else can we be doing to teach our broader society about that? Because yes, absolutely, our young people having this knowledge is so important, but I think also it's important for everyone in New Zealand to be able to understand our history, and therefore knowing where we come from, who we are, and how our history impacts who we are today. You know, it's important that in knowing our history, it also means we learn from our strengths, but also from our mistakes. We commemorate other really important events such as Anzac, and how Jen spoke about on November 5th. Do you think of Guy Fawkes or do you think of Parihaka? And so I think it is important going forward that we absolutely commemorate those important events that we are already remembering and honouring, but also that we are commemorating events in our history that are very real and have kind of been swept under the rug, I guess, in our history. And so I know that there's that famous quote of those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. So I am really excited about this idea of educating our rangatahi, but also hopefully educating our wider population so that we can remember and then I guess begin to address and really work towards reconciliation and understanding how those events impact us today. Kia ora.
Mihi nui kia koe, Stevie. That's profound whakaaro. Ali, would you like to share a few thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just flow on really nicely from what Stevie shared, because I feel like a big part of my education or my introduction to the New Zealand history of this country was going to things like Waitangi Day celebrations or like attending Anzac commemorations in the mornings. And I feel like the way that we commemorate things says a lot about how we feel about them as a society, like what is our collective psyche in response to these events. But also it has a lot of, I guess, implications on how we will move forward. Because if we think about things in a very resentful way, or if we still have a lot of hate and I guess like we bring up all debates, then it says that we aren't really dealing with the problems underneath these events. We're trying to remember them, but also kind of still kind of re-hurt those old wounds. And I guess like if we commemorate things in a way that's trying to share and educate, but also to address the inequalities as well, to think about how are we gonna call people to action after these events to move forward, as opposed to just remembering for the sake of remembering, because that's not as helpful. I kind of see events as like positive as well as negative. So you can remember things like the Declaration of Human Rights or the abolishment of slavery on an international level. Like those are really significant events that we can commemorate to imagine or to remember how far we've come, but also events that are, I guess, negative or have like identified to us the things that we've moved past, but also are still dealing with. And how do we learn from those? How do we not repeat those? And how do we use, I guess, creative ways to address these issues, like the arts or like literature, to remember them in a way that's useful for the future generations?
Kia ora, Ali. Yeah, I've been thinking about this question quite a bit, and I keep coming back to this idea of that it's got to be a process, that it's not possible to be in perfect unity right now, today, and talk about everything that has happened in our history with everyone in our society. You know, it's there's people who are not ready, and there are things that we need to move forward towards and treat unity as a process, as opposed to just let's all be unified right now. And it makes me think about, you know, if we were to celebrate at a national level, if we were to celebrate Parihaka Day at a national level, what will we be doing? You know, what songs would we be singing? What sort of gatherings would we be having in our homes, in our religious communities, at Parliament, and what would that look like this year? But also, what would that look like in 20 years' time? You know, because it's going to change as we heal and grow, and we're going to get better at hearing those stories of the brutality and more comfortable, less fragile about our, you know, especially Pākehā's role in it. We're going to grow as people and able to deal with our partner. So I'm interested. I mean, is there anything, you know, anything you guys have seen from commemorations of Parihaka Day or of Treaty of Waitangi, to a Waitangi, that you feel like would be really good if we were to have that kind of national commemoration of something that has a negative element to it, like something specific that helps people come together? Go.
Yeah, so I think especially this past November 5th, I had quite a lot of friends posting about Parihaka, which was really good. And what something that really stood out to me was having friends on social media who whakapapa to Parihaka, and actually some of them sharing the stories of their tipuna, of their whenua, and talking about, actually this is the reality. Sometimes we can talk about things in this kind of broad scope, like, oh yes, the signing of Te Tiriti or Parihaka, but actually what a lot of them were talking about were actually this was the reality of my whānau. This is actually what really happened. This is how it impacted them then, and this is how it continues to impact us now. And I think that's a cool thing about beginning to commemorate events, is talking about the reality of the impact and how we actually make those events specific, and how we hear from those who have been directly impacted. So yeah, I think Ali has something to share too.
Yeah, I was thinking, I know this year in commemoration of the March 15 attacks, there were huis held for interfaith groups to come together to discuss, I guess, the still Islamophobia that lurks in this country, or the barriers to having racial tolerance or religious tolerance in New Zealand. And I feel like in commemorating these heinous, painful attacks, in just 1 year later, we're having conversations that are productive, that are seeing, I guess, a way through, instead of thinking, okay, these are things that have happened which are very painful. And I think it has to be done in a way that is also like addressing the fact that this has devastated lives and hurt so many people. Like, it can't just be swept under the rug, but also kind of having a conversation that's involving those families and involving those communities in a way that's constructive towards positive change, as opposed to just reliving the past.
Kia ora, Ali. Tayaba, would you feel in a position to comment on sort of how you feel about how those 15 March attacks were commemorated? Were you happy with it? Were there things that you thought were really good, or things that you thought maybe weren't really what we needed?
Yeah, thank you for asking, Aidan. I mean, I think you answered this question beautifully yourself, right? Where you talked about it being a process. So events like these really do become a process where they, at that point in time, are okay for some and not okay for others, because everyone heals differently and everyone responds to situations that they're in very, very differently. Look, I thought it was beautiful how we came together as a nation right after March 15. We really kind of rallied together, you know, how we supported the mosques. We did our best to make people feel safe in their places of worship. And the interfaith community, which has been going since 9/11, well, since I can remember, you know, they came together to pray together in their different forms to heal us as a nation, essentially. And all of those things were wonderful. They really, really were. But of course, there are always things that could be improved. And I think one of those things is the space to allow people to talk about what's happened. And we're still not very good with that. You know, we struggle with calling out the truth. We struggle with talking about injustice and oppression. We struggle with talking about racism and discrimination, you know, because we like to think we're not a racist country. We don't practice any form of discrimination. We're the best. And that's great. It's good to have pride in yourself. But that's not good when you don't have the ability to see where your growth points are. And so that was the thing that we didn't do very well, the space to allow us as a nation to talk about Islamophobia, how prevalent it is, how it's been prevalent globally, but that it has arrived on our shores in a really heinous way. And what have we done to kind of really discuss how we deal with it differently here in New Zealand? We have the ability to do that. So those are just some of my brief thoughts.
Kia ora, Tayaba. I'm picking up a common theme between what Tayaba was saying, what Steve was saying is listening. That particularly if we're commemorating a brutality or an atrocity in our past, and we don't have an ancestor who suffered that, then one of the best ways we can celebrate, commemorate, is by listening to those who do, and sitting in that place of listening, and sometimes the discomfort of hearing about things that are really challenging. And I think it's a challenge for all of us. I know I sometimes find it hard myself to keep building that capacity to sit with some discomfort and listen to difficult things. I'd like to move on to the next question. This has been a really rich discussion. I'm looking forward to seeing what more whakaaro will come about this question during the Race Unity Hui. But there's this other one that I'm really enthusiastic about, is what do New Zealand's leaders and people of influence need to do to support young people in their efforts to improve race relations? And I thought we could hear first from Ruby on this one, if that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I think that New Zealand leaders and people of influence need to be open to having these conversations with young people, and need to be showing this openness to listen to their thoughts and ideas. And I think that this will encourage more young people to speak up, as they will know that their voices will be heard and valued. And yeah, so I think they really need to role model this willingness to look at the world from different perspectives. And I also think that there comes a vulnerability to really opening yourself up and being honest and really listening. But this vulnerability really creates empathy and connection and a safe place for young people to share their ideas. And when I was listening to some of the stories of the speakers before, I really felt like a real connection to them as they shared their own personal stories. And yeah, on Instagram the other day, I saw Jacinda was doing these like videos with updates about COVID-19, and just from like a bedroom with a jumper on, and you could see from the comments that people felt really safe to speak out because they were sort of on the same level. And I'd like to see more of this, and I'd like to see more leaders facilitating discussions with young people about race relations, because all these things affect young people just as much as it affects adults.
Thank you, Ruby. That was really profound. And it's a really good point that these issues affect young people just as much as adults. And in some ways, there's almost a sense of pressure where we talk about young people as the leaders of tomorrow, or even, you know, applaud them as the leaders of today, like people applaud you because you are a leader, Ruby. But are adults really acting like young people are the leaders? And is this world, are we doing everything we can to make this one that's capable of being, you know, what sort of world are we giving our leaders to look after and lead forward, you know? And there's also this sense that, you know, we talk about climate anxiety now, and we think also I think probably the rising nationalism and racism that we see internationally is probably also a mental health pressure for young people as well. And so yeah, this question of how do we support young people is really profound. It's a really important one for us to keep talking about. And I was really curious, actually, because you and your friends have done something really amazing with your project. What sort of support have you received, Ruby, whether it's practical support or emotional support or whatever, that has enabled you to take the steps that you've done?
Oh, sorry. Well, recently I spoke at the Talanoa conference in Wellington, and that was amazing, and it was it was really cool to see the people who organized it reaching out to young voices and wanting to include young voices in the conversation. And when I used to live in Northland in Mangawhai, we held like little community meetings about the problems that we see in the community and my team's like solution with the strength card ideas. And we got really great support from the community, and just even sort of facilitating like this discussion about these ideas in our community. And it was cool.
Awesome. And did anyone else want to speak to that question of what do adults and people with influence need to do to support young people? We've nailed it. Ruby nailed it. Maybe we'll move on. And a similar question, actually, to the one we've just been talking about. This is the last day of Youth Week 2020. And we're really pleased to be partnering with Aotearoa in promoting Youth Week and having this as a celebration of Youth Week. If you don't know, Aotearoa is the national organization for youth workers, for youth development, and they're awesome people. And so they organize Youth Week. And this year they turned it over to young people to pick the theme. And they picked an awesome theme, which is e kōrero ana mātou e whakaronga ana koutou. We're speaking, are you listening? And of course, we've been celebrating, you know, Youth Week by listening to these speakers and by having a bit of a kōrero ourselves. Well, all of this audience listened, but I wanted to explore this idea of listening a bit more. How can you tell when someone is listening to you? What does it look like? What does it feel like? Ruby, do you want to comment on that one for us?
Yeah. I think that real listening is ongoing, and if you're truly listening, you're open to conversation And it's being curious and wanting to know more. And I think listening is never done. And I think that listening can, when someone is listening to you, it can feel really scary because you're putting all your emotions and your ideas and you're really inviting someone into your world. Yeah, so it can be really sort of scary. And I also think when we're having a conversation and we're listening, we need to be careful with power, because if it's just someone standing up on a stage in front of an audience and talking, it doesn't create the same connection and openness to conversation as if everyone's sitting in a circle and having a conversation and listening to each other. And I think that true listening realizes that place is a behavior setter, and the best listening is when power is shared.
Whoa, okay, that blew my mind. Stevie's clicking, I'm clicking, because that was amazing. That's what you do when a slam poet says something awesome, is you click. So I'm taking lead as Stevie's leading, clicking. Tayava, sorry, it was Ali who's going to speak to this. I have got a run sheet. Ali, anything to add on that?
Yeah, kia ora, Ruby. That was really profound. My mom's sitting here and she's like, "Man, this girl is onto it. She's listening to you, and we all are listening to you." I feel like I like this question because it's about humanity. It's about human nature. It's our human nature to be in discourse. We are social creatures, right? And I kind of go with this idea that everyone has a conceptual framework or a kind of a worldview of looking at the world. They accumulated through socialization, through the belief system that they hold, through ideas that they get taught or they adopt through experiences. And this conceptual framework is like a sieve that they filter information through. So I guess if I'm having a conversation with someone, everything that I say to them is being filtered through this conceptual framework. And then I guess in that person's mind, they're making judgments about what I say as to whether it agrees or confirms with their conceptual framework or if it doesn't. And I guess, as Ruby was saying, if someone's open, if someone is genuinely searching for truth or for valid statements in their conversations with others, then if they find a concept that I might share that is disagreeing with their conceptual framework, then if they're really trying to search for truth or they're open-minded, then they will consider it and think, okay, is this valid? Is this something that I feel is true, even though it disagrees with what I've previously thought? And then they will decide to either assimilate that information and have that influence their behavior in some way. And that's, I guess, like one of the pros of having conversation that overcomes racism is that we're trying to add concepts to people's conceptual framework that will change their behavior in positive ways. But if someone is maybe closed-minded, or I guess they're trying to listen so that they can respond and kind of reject whatever you say, then they're not really, they might be sieving the information that you're giving them, but it's just to see what disagrees with their conceptual framework and then to reject it in a very confrontational way often. And I guess like from my own experience as a brown migrant female New Zealander now, I feel like when I participate in conversation and I feel listened to with an open mind, I feel validated. I feel like I contributed to the discourse that has power to consult and to give ideas. And that empowers me to also contribute in action to society, because when someone listens to you, you feel like you have agency, so you can actually act. But if you speak and someone doesn't listen to you, then it disempowers you. You feel like, well, if no one's listening, then why am I going to even do anything? And that robs you of your agency to act. And I think for youth especially, youth have so much power, so much energy to act. So we need to be listening to them even more than others, because they are the change makers that will actually shift society in the right direction. Plus youth like Ruby are just really inspiring, and we want to listen to them because they have great ideas.
Thank you, Ali. Yeah, that's really profound how you're talking about the difference between listening with an openness to an influence in behavior and an influence on how we see the world, and listening just to see the information to sort of it reminds me of something I've struggled with a bit as someone who has a lot to say and who's used to being listened to a lot, apart from being a white dude. I'm also North American, and for some people love listening to North Americans. Maybe they don't actually, and they just pretend it. They're just humoring me, and they're just like, oh, actually, I hate that guy. He talks all the time. But I do find that like there's a certain privilege that comes not only with being white and male, but North American, where I'm able to be listened to, and so it's really easy when I'm listening to other people to just be thinking about what I'm going to say next, because there's lots of space for me in the conversation, and I'm doing that because I want to make sure I say the right thing and move the conversation forward. It's not because I'm like just really only care about my ideas. I want to help the conversation forward by saying the right thing, but it's that detachment of being like, it's okay, man. Like you'll know the right thing to say when you have an opportunity to say it. Just forget about what you're going to say next and just do nothing but listen. Or if there are really important things you need to say in this meeting or in this conversation, write it down, put it on a piece of paper over here and look at it. And just when you're not looking at it, just really listen to the person talking, which is what I'm trying to do right now. I've talked a lot now. This is really ironic because I'm talking about being a loud North American, right? Who else would like to speak to this one? Anything, or should we move on? We've killed it. We'll move on. I'm seeing shaking heads from my panelists. Okay. So next, I'm really excited to. Oh, there was another question to do with Youth Week. Do you guys think that more people are starting to listen to young people's voices and make space for their contribution to society? Is this starting to happen? Stevie, could you share a few thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. I definitely do think that more people are starting to listen to young people. I've been really fortunate, as Miriama said in my bio. I don't know where that bio came from, but it was very interesting. I've been working in the youth sector since I was a young teenager, and so I've been really fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to work in youth advocacy and to be in positions where I've been able to speak and hopefully be heard. What I think is, what I've seen is there are a lot of organizations and people out there who are really trying to listen to young people, trying to reach out to young people and hear what they have to say and hear their experiences, which I think is really good. I also think that there are people out there, and this is in my experience, that are listening to young people but not really listening, like kind of just doing it to tick the box to say, oh, we had this young person here, so we had youth consultation, tick, we listened to young people. Yeah, and so what I would really like to challenge New Zealand and organizations in our wider society is listening enough? You know, young people we've been speaking for a long time, and some people have been listening, and I think listening's good, but I personally think we need to be doing more than listening just to our young people. I think we need to be looking at collaboration rather than just consultation. I think we need to have young people at the decision-making tables. We need young people who are in the room, who are there to say, actually, this is what we need to be doing, and need to have that power of decision making, rather than people just going out into the community, asking young people what they think, going back to the decision making table and having all of that power. I think it's about, you know, young people being able to be on that same level. You know, I hope to classify myself as a young person still, but you know, this is our opportunity to be building our future. This is the future that we're going to be living in. And so I think young people really should have a lot of power in being able to make those decisions in collaboration. And so I think, yes, there's a lot of listening going on at the moment. And I think it's great because more people are learning to listen. And I also think young people are learning to speak up more, and there are more platforms for young people to speak. And now I also think it's time to be working in collaboration and help young people be a part of that decision-making process.
Kia ora, Stevie. Taiapa, do you want to add anything to that?
Oh, yeah, look, great conversation, and I think so much has been said already, but just to add on to that, I think for me as the 30 plus club, the 30s club now, so like one of the most oldest people in this panel, my experience is that actually the gap between our generations is significantly increasing, you know, so the way that we're communicating with each other, we haven't quite found a common language yet. So for me, I think we need to get a lot better in that. We need to create a world where actually our generations are communicating with each other effectively so that we are able to be good leaders who are able to support young people to achieve what they would like to achieve as they become young leaders. And yeah, my experience has been that we've got a significant gap when it comes to that. And someone's already covered this earlier, but we speak to be heard, you know, we do not speak so that we could listen and learn. And I think that needs to change significantly. We need more listeners. We need more leaders who are followers rather than leaders who are individually trying to validate their own sense of being, desire and need. And that's what I see so much in the world. And I think that is what creates these problems that we have at the moment in terms of levels of discrimination, you know, intergenerational gaps, communication gaps. We're not actually doing listening very well. And so though I completely agree with Stevie, we need to get past the listening part. We still need to get the listening part right as well. And I think we haven't gotten there at all. So I would love to see that. I would love for us to have leaders who are actually listening to act, because that's what Stevie was actually, I think that's what I heard her say, which is you listen, but it's not a tick box exercise. You listen so that that person can walk alongside you, and that you're actually really taking that in. This isn't about you. You know, none of us need to be on this earth to achieve you. We need to be on this earth to actually carry each other and do well for each other. And so, yeah, for me, that would be really, really important change that I hope we see from here onwards.
Wonderful, thank you, Tayaba. I just want to give a brief shout out to one leader who I have seen who is a great listener, and that's Priyanka, who shared that video message with us earlier, Priyanka Radhakrishnan. We had a panel roundtable discussion a few years ago now, and we were really pleased. Last minute, Priyanka said, I got a text from Priyanka. I got a text from an MP before. I was like, oh, I got a text from Priyanka. I'm coming. So-and-so will be there soon. And she came, and there was a small discussion. There was lots of room for her to talk. She didn't say very much, actually. She listened to what was said. When she did speak, she asked us a question about whether we thought we should start tracking hate crimes data, because it was something the government was thinking about. And then she listened to what she said, what we said. So yeah, we have some of these leaders who are listeners, and I really hope that that we get more and more of them over time in all sectors of society, whether it's parliament or in media or business or community work. I did also, oh, Tayaba wants to share something. I'm going to go to her.
Yeah, sorry, Aidan. I just think it's also really important to highlight here that, you know, the leaders who are listeners, we need to stop seeing those leaders as weak leaders, because they're actually our strong leaders, you know, and we really need to start supporting them and propping them up. And it's really time. I want to see that revolution take place. Thank you.
Yoda reminds me of talking about masculinity and seeing sensitive men as weak. It's like, no, being sensitive is flipping hard. Sensitive men are powerful, you know, listeners are powerful. Now I wanted to also share this quote that I thought about when Stevie was talking, because I feel like the way that people listen to young people sometimes depends on their conception of what a young person is. So we have this like course that trains you to run youth groups in the Baha'i community, and they don't start off talking about, oh, here's the program, whatever. There's this whole unit you have to do first before you talk anything about the program. It's all about young people and who are young people. And it's full of quotes like this. Man's life has its springtime and is endowed with marvelous credit change society that is not accessible to you other times in your life. So if we have people understand who young people are, maybe they'll do a better job of listening. I don't know. Anyone have any more thoughts on this question before we move on to the later stuff? No, we're fine to move on. Next, we're going to have a little bit of chat about what we're learning from our society's response to COVID-19, which is something our speakers have spoken about. I thought it would be really interesting to have a chat about the concept of power. I feel like how we've responded to the pandemic has a lot to say about power, and what Tayaba was saying about listening, and do we see listening leaders as weak, or do we see them actually as very powerful? I feel like as a society, we've been learning about power. Sometimes we talk about power as this thing where there's only so much of it, and people use power to dominate other people or to get what they want. And if I have more power, you must have less power. But I feel like we've been talking about different kinds of power during this pandemic, talking about the power of kindness, the power of unity, the power of accurate and truthful information. These kinds of power that, if we have unity, that doesn't make anyone worse off. If I'm kind, it doesn't make, me being kind doesn't enable me to dominate you. So I'm really interested in your thoughts on what kinds of power have we been drawing on as a society to overcome COVID-19? Do you see any ways that we could apply those powers to other issues like race relations or other things facing our society? Ruby, did you want to start us off on this one?
Yeah. Well, one thing I've noticed recently is on TV, I saw like a TV segment where Michelle Dickinson, who's a scientist, was sort of explaining what COVID-19 is to kids and explaining how it's impacting our world in a way that kids really understand. And I often think kids, or I often feel like this, is that we're missing out on what is happening in the world or what has happened in the past. And hate is made up of fear and lack of knowledge. And by educating kids about the past, about colonization and immigration and racism and the injustices that are happening right now, I think that gives them the knowledge and the tools to go forward with the future. And like some of the other speakers said, we need to look to the past and honor the ancestors who have been wrong and be able to move forward with our eyes open. And we can't fight injustice and racism if we don't know it exists. And so I think for me, COVID-19 has drawn on this power of honesty and truth and including kids in these conversations.
Thank you, Ruby. Tayaba, do you want to speak a bit more about this thing?
Yeah, look, power is such an interesting concept, right? It's abstract, but it's so prevalent in our lives. It's almost all-consuming sometimes. And I think, so just to speak to some of my experiences of what I've seen through these last 6 or so weeks is the expression of care, but in the old school ways, and the power of that, so the power of just picking up the phone and calling someone, and you have no purpose but to just check in on them, is actually quite cathartic, quite healing, and something that we just don't have the time to do in today's day and age, because technology is what we use. You Facebook like, you send an SMS, and so you've got a disconnection between that human connection. So I've been seeing a lot of expression of care, so the power of care, but in some of those old traditional ways that has been really, really fantastic to see. I also think it's really important to recognize the power of sharing resources. And for a very long time, we've been kind of in this headspace that actually resources are so scarce that I need to actually make sure that I, keep mine, not share them, or I might actually miss out on something. And though we saw this kind of hype in supermarkets just as we were going into the lockdown phase, we also very quickly realized that actually we don't have that scarcity that we think in our minds we have. And I've seen some beautiful examples of people being able to share their most basic resources with their neighbors, with their work colleagues, and actually teach humanity, apply some of these most basic principles. We can address poverty, because look at how many homeless people are now in motels and how quickly we were able to do that. We can actually focus on climate change if we were thinking differently and acting differently. And we can take care of people's mental health and well-being if we were actually present and making the effort to do things slightly differently. So we were reaching out and we weren't just pressing like on a Facebook post. So last but not least for me, you know, seeing that whole local community, supporting local businesses, thinking locally, the power of that has been amazing. Yeah.
Thanks, Tava. Cool. Anyone else want to talk about this idea of power before we move on? No? Okay. Yeah, I have also been seeing that this pandemic has helped us understand how we're dependent on one another for our well-being and progress. So we've been beating COVID-19 by making sacrifices for one another, essentially. And there was that amazing video that came out from Ria Hall and Tikitane and other musicians called Stay. And it really, it broke me up because it made me think about all the people who are sacrificing so much by staying at home. Some of them with relatively little to fear from COVID-19. They're doing it for one another. They're doing it especially for, you know, their koro and the kuya, their grandmothers and grandfathers, the older people who have the most to fear, but also those immune compromised kids, people with asthma, people with all these conditions for whom COVID-19 is this huge risk. And by making sacrifices for one another, we've got what's best for all of us in the long run. You know, our economy's opening back up. We're over this much faster than other countries. All by not being selfish and all by sacrificing for one another. And for me, this really illustrates the high principle of the oneness of humanity, that we're all like cells in one single body that are diverse and different, but ultimately dependent on one another for survival and success. And if we all understand that and work together, we can achieve amazing things. So I'm interested to hear, do you see that too, in terms of like the oneness of humanity coming out of this, the response to the pandemic? Do you think we can apply this way of thinking to other problems in our society, like race relations or poverty? Or yeah, Ali, could you be the first to speak to this one?
Sure, Aiden. So yeah, as a Baha'i, this concept is really quite, yeah, I believe in it wholeheartedly. It's very kind of, it leads a lot of what I do with my life. And I feel like ultimately it's the only way to alleviate the social injustices and gross economic inequity that we have in our society, because unless we all begin to consider every other human being as inherently noble, as intelligent, as able to be an important contributor to our society as we consider ourselves to be, and until we realize that continuing to perpetuate discrimination against them based on racism or any other descriptor that you could name, and that also allowing unjust social deprivation to continue is going to have an impact on the whole human body. As you said, this analogy of the human body, all the cells are interconnected. And if one of them is suffering, then all of the cells are suffering, the whole body is suffering. And unless we become consciously aware of this and continue, like start to act as if we're all dependent on each other, then we're not going to actually see these issues like racism and social inequities removed from our society. I feel like, as you're saying, Aiden, this appreciation of our interdependence leads to things like selfless sacrifice. It leads to things like people being altruistic, putting others over themselves, being more caring, offering service in very simple but very profound ways. And those noble human qualities are understood and appreciated more when we see each other as a part of this whole human body who has to work together to be successful. And I think on an individual level, that gives everyone hope, because I guess we're having, like, at the same time as this COVID pandemic, there's this like epidemic of loneliness and isolation and mental health. And if people see themselves as one important cell in this big body of humanity that is trying to build a civilization that's prosperous in multiple ways, then they will feel like this solidarity with that. They will feel a part of something, and they will want to contribute to that process of building the civilization. But on a societal level, even bigger, we will also see the entire structure becoming sounder, like our institutions or general communities feeling like there is bonds between us that are holding us together, as opposed to just individuals operating in isolation. And the strength of that is, like, we don't even know what that's going to look like, because it's hard to even imagine in the society that we have at the moment. But like, that's my hope. That's the hope of the Baha'i community. And I feel like this crisis has brought that to the consciousness of more and more people, and that's really, really heartening for me to see. So I'm excited to see how it will go forward from here.
I was clicking, so I'm going to click too. Stevie, did you want to say a few things?
Yeah, sure. I love this idea of oneness, like humanity being one big body and working together. You know, this idea of celebrating our differences and what makes us unique, but also celebrating our similarities and the similarities that we have in being of the human race, which I think is a great concept to remember. It also makes me think of a story of a famous anthropologist, Margaret Mead, who was once asked what was the first sign of civilization in an ancient culture, thinking that it would be something around tools or starting fire. But actually what she said, the first sign of civilization in an ancient culture was a broken femur or thigh bone that had healed. Because traditionally in the animal kingdom, if an animal breaks its leg, it dies, because with a broken leg, it means you can't hunt, means you can't run from danger, it means you can't go and get water. But what a healed femur means is that someone took the time to sit with that person, to help them heal, to take care of them, to feed them or to nourish them, and to do what they needed to serve that person, essentially, to ensure that they healed so that they were able to get better. And so I love this idea that helping someone else through difficulty is where civilization starts, and we are at our best when we serve others. And I think that is such an important concept for us. And I think it's definitely one that we've learned through COVID-19, in recognizing that we can't do this without each other. You know, we talked about the kind of the supermarket panic at the beginning of lockdown, and actually how fast we noticed that actually we can't act like that. We have to be able to be working on our shared humanity. We have to be looking after each other and thinking about this principle, especially when it comes to racism or equality. You know, we need to be looking after everyone. We need to be looking after those who are hurt, those who are suffering, those who are at whatever the spectrum of wherever they're at. And we need to be, I guess, really working together. I know a few of the speakers today referred to a couple different whakatauki, like he waka eke noa, we're all in this together. Nau te raurau, nāku te raurau, kaora ai te iwi, with your food basket and with my food basket, the people will thrive. And so I think that is really, those are some concepts that are really going to help us, I think, as humanity, to reach out and take care of each other and know that that is what is most important, I think, is in our shared humanity.
Yeah, wonderful, Stevie. And while we talked about it as being a Baha'i concept, of course, it's actually imbued in, if you look carefully, it's imbued in all the faiths of the past and the indigenous cultures of the past too. And we have some most beautiful whakatauki and te reo Māori about unity and oneness. And I wanted to call back to our speakers today and how they talked about oneness. And Jess talked about the difference between our sort of naive self-image of unity and true unity, where we work together as one body to resolve those contradictions and divisions within ourselves, you know. That true unity requires justice, and it's a process of achieving justice. Tayaba, you seem really enthusiastically clicking. Did you want to say something about this one? No, she's fine. Okay. Anyone else want to comment on this concept of oneness before we move on? I was going to ask another question about oneness, but I think we're going to skip it if that's all right, Ali, because I'm really keen to hear these questions from the audience that we've got through and hear your thoughts on them. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. So this one's really interesting. From Hiria Lynn Cameron, what does racial unity look, feel, smell, taste like to each of you in a treaty-based context? Does anyone want to kind of speak to that? And there's another one here too. Maybe while we think about that one, Tab will speak to it. what does tino rangatiratanga look like for non-Māori as we strive for racial unity? Tavi, do you want to speak to the first one? If you want to address the second one too, go for it, but we'll start with the first one. So what does racial unity look, feel, smell, taste like to each of you in a treaty-based context?
Yeah, it's a beautiful question. So thank you to the person who asked. Look, I'll start with what it would look like, because it's very hard to understand what it would feel and smell like. I feel like we're not there yet. And I certainly grew up in a New Zealand where I was deprived of learning the history of, you know, New Zealand. And so I had to get to uni before I actually learnt about our past and so forth. For me, what it would look like is true partnership, is teaching of history consistently, ongoing, and that it's available to people in traditional forms, but also in informal methods as well. And what it would look like is, you know, a world where we're not uncomfortable about talking about the past anymore, where we can actually talk about it with confidence, we can talk about it knowing and with honesty. We don't kind of manipulate history. That for me would be what it would look like under the treaty. So, you know, authentic, true partnership and history that's available now and in the future, and its authenticity.
Kia ora, Taiava. Anyone else want to comment on that? No? Oh, go Stevie, go for it.
Yeah, I definitely want to add on, and I guess tautoko what Taiaba has said. I think it's really about getting back to those core principles of the treaty, partnership, protection, participation, and I think ensuring that those principles are continually embedded in everything that we're doing. I think it's not just about, and this might maybe lead on to the next question about tino rangatiratanga. I don't think it's just about the relationship between Māori and the Crown. I think it's about our relationship entirely and making sure that those principles are embedded in schools and the workplace, you know, and everything that we're doing, and actually looking at being able to bring Te Tiriti to life and into practice, rather than it being this kind of stale document that people kind of refer to in our history. Like, what does it mean to really embody the treaty and its principles today? So yeah, that's just some of my whakaaro.
Kia ora, Stevie. Yeah, to be honest, what does Te Tino Rangatiratanga look like for non-Māori? I think it looks exciting, to be honest. You know, I don't doubt that there's some non-Māori who find the idea intimidating, but you know, it's only intimidating if the you know, we're not losing, if we were to have, you know, constitutional transformation and have something where there was a formal role for Māori in the government of our society. Is our system of government perfect? Like, it's working better than some others in the world, and that we got through COVID-19. But I mean, I'm excited by some of the ideas that Māori are talking about. Like Moana Jackson the other day, as part of the anti-racism hui back in February and March, was talking about the limitations of partisan politics. I mean, for me, I'm amazed by the quality of leaders we have in our parliament when it as an institution is set up based on opposition and conflict. I'm amazed at how wonderful those people are when the institution is set up to condition them to behave in ways that frankly can be antisocial. And we see that play out in all kinds of ways, where I've been a policy analyst, and the best policy is made where, you know, we have this idea that by having debate and opposition, we're going to get better policy. I've looked under the hood, and the best policy happens where the two parties are in complete agreement, because it's not being messed up by debates in the media that are based on limited information. So I'm really excited by the idea of, and so Moana Jackson was talking about, you know, this idea of labor and national. That's not a Māori idea. Māori politics is based upon whakapapa. It's based upon understanding where these issues came from, and understanding, going back to where those issues came from and who are the people involved, and finding solutions there. So yeah, I guess that's for me, it's exciting to sum up. now I'm in the tricky position of talking too much when I'm the facilitator, so I got to think about the next question. Did anyone else want to speak to that question before we move on? No? Okay. There was also a question for Taiba and Ali and Stevie in particular. What would they like to share about their experience as women of color in Aotearoa in their 20s or 30s with migrant, well, sorry, Stevie, yours is not a migrant her story. I edited this in, but I guess particularly for Ali and Taiba then, with this migrant feminine experience, any top tips for challenging racism and xenophobia and discrimination as you come? And Stevie, you could speak to this too, because I know that's it's something that Tangata Whenua experienced as well. So any top tips or challenges? Ali, go for it.
I'm wondering how to approach this question. It's a great question, so thank you to whoever wrote the question. I think I might, just try to share some of the mental tools or like the ways I tend to approach interactions that may be confronting. I guess so. I moved here when I was 17, and I grew up in Jamaica. I was raised there. So that's my cultural heritage. But then as was read in the introduction, my parents are from Iran. My mother's from Iran, and my father's from West Africa. But also I was raised in the Baha'i community, which is very diverse. So I've been surrounded by diverse perspectives and cultures my whole life. But I feel like when I moved to New Zealand, I became aware of how diverse I was, because I think I was surrounded by people who looked like me, who kind of had the same socialization. And when I moved here, I kind of felt like, I guess also New Zealanders don't really encounter Jamaicans or people from the Caribbean very often. So I was almost like this like spectacle to behold, like, oh wow, she's got like really big hair and like she has an accent. And I guess it is a bit confronting, because you're like, this is my identity. Like I shouldn't really have to feel like I have to explain why I'm like this to you. But I think coming from it in a place of like, most New Zealanders that I've interacted with are just genuinely interested in the difference. They want to explore it and to build some kind of understanding of it. And so if you approach it that people are coming from a genuinely good place most of the time, and you have to have, I guess, some perception to be able to see when it might not be from the best place, but I guess most of the time it is. And so you go into it thinking, well, people are wanting to learn about the difference, and I can help educate them. So I can help share my background, help share my understanding or beliefs, or I guess, my parts of my worldview that might be helpful for them. But also approaching it as well in like, I want to learn from them. So like, I guess there's always this two-way relationship with discourse. And I think going into it with, very open mind, not thinking people are coming at you to fetishize you or to make you feel strange or to make you feel out of comfort zone. But that's how one of the ways I created to be able to function in a very different society than I grew up in. But I'm sure Taiba might have some additional ideas for that.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. I mean, that was really well put. Look, I mean, maybe it's an age thing, right? So as you age, your response to things changes quite significantly. And at one point in time, I really believed in this ability to dialogue with people who were essentially perpetuating a form of injustice or a form of oppression towards you because you were different, or you are different, or your color is different, or your religion is different. And now my biggest tips, particularly to women, is to not lose your confidence in the face of when someone is treating you badly. To really feel your feet on the ground and to know that that is the time that you raise your voice, because we still tell women to be silent in many, many different ways. So one of my top tips that I use for myself, and I tell other people or encourage other people to use for themselves, is to use your voice. We have this culture, and it's quite prevalent in New Zealand, where we are very PC. It is who we are, and unfortunately, that is suffocating. And what that does is that passes on trauma from one person to the other, because we never deal with that thing that happened at that moment in time. And I think the only way to heal is to deal with what's happening at that moment in time. So for me, it's really important to tell people that if you're going through something that felt awful and you stood there and you tried to engage in it, or you let it pass, and that's no longer okay. It is okay for you to use your voice to respectfully tell someone that what they said or did was not okay. And it is really important for women to do that more and more, especially women of color, especially if you're a woman, especially if you're a younger woman, if you're a refugee or a migrant. Those things are really, really important. My other tip as a woman of color, which I, practice for myself, is the ability to take the opportunity to heal the wounds that have been perpetuated on me. And what that means for you might be different. But what that means for me is to actually make sure I switch off, that I actually think about what's happened, that I grieve. If I didn't like something and I wasn't able to respond to it, that's okay, that I didn't give myself a hard time, but that I took the time to reflect on it, to grieve, to tell myself that that wasn't okay. Do I want to go back to it and deal with it, or do I not want to go back to it and deal with it? And giving yourself the space to be able to go through that process. And we're telling people to just carry on day to day and just live life without really processing the number of things that come our way, some of which aren't pleasant. And for women in particular, it's really important to take the time out to do that. So those are my two things that I often tell people whenever I get the opportunity, and when this question is asked of me, which is often.
And I'm reminded of my friend Dr. Aramorata's korero about this, where we shouldn't be expecting, if someone has a difficult experience in their past to do with racism and stuff, we shouldn't be necessarily expecting them to be on the forefront of dealing with racists. If an individual, through the love and support and the healing that they've had, feels able to educate and deal with racists, like, awesome, go for it. But that right to not engage, also the right to say, actually, this is not my problem to deal with. I don't need to debate this person. Someone else can educate them. Thank you very much. I just want to bring that korero on behalf of her and others who've said that. Stevie, did you want to speak to this at all?
Yeah, sure. I'd actually also love to add to your point there, Aidan, about the emotional labor that it takes in educating people. It's a lot. It can be very heavy, and I know I've experienced situations where I've consistently been the token Māori, or the token young person, or the token young Māori person in the room, and consistently having to educate people on my experiences, or on the experiences of Māori, even though I can't speak for everyone. That's not my job. It is very intense, and so I would encourage people, if you are wanting to learn more, especially about some of the things that are really hard, have really impacted other people, I would definitely suggest to do your own work and consider the emotional labor that it costs people who are having to share their stories, because it's not just happy times, this is all the stuff that happened to my family and all this hardship was really great. It actually is really sometimes reliving some of those hard things that you've been through. And as Taiaba was talking about, intergenerational trauma is so real and is really passed down. And so there are kind of lots of other things I could say to the question, but I would just, to implore everyone to consider the emotional labor that it takes people to talk about their experiences. And as much as we do want opportunities to speak, understanding that it takes a lot of heart and it takes a lot of courage to speak. And that's all I have to say.
And maybe that helps us listeners, when we hear that whakaaro about someone's past or something, realize that this is a taonga we're being given, that someone feels safe enough or is being brave enough to share with us their experience. And if that's an experience we've had, then it's like, oh wow, this person's sharing with me something real about them and their family. I'm going to listen because this is important, and I'm privileged that they feel comfortable sharing it with me. Taiaba, over to you.
Yeah, I think, Aidan, that point on emotional labor is a really critical one, right? Because I think what we're also seeing in society is this, we're shutting down people's ability to feel emotions. And I think that's really important that we allow for that space. I mean, I've often had friends who've felt really aggrieved, but then have been told that they should not be feeling the emotions that they are feeling. And so it's that holding of those emotions within you that this is the carrying of the trauma. So I think education around emotional labor and what that means for people is critical at this point in time, but also the opportunity to create spaces where people are able to be emotional is equally critical at this time.
Thanks, Tayaba. So it's 1 p.m. now and the judges were due back. They are late. If it's okay with you and if it's okay with our panelists, we're going to continue until they're ready. I don't think they'll be too long. We tried to give them lots of time, but you know, it's really hard work deciding this, right? Tayaba can attest to this because she had to decide recently. While we're waiting, I was thinking we could hear from Ruby, who we haven't heard from in a little while. There was a question asked a little while ago that was very interesting. But it's a double-barreled question, so deal with this how you like, Ruby. How do we offset paternalistic tendencies from well-meaning but ultimately controlling or overbearing adults when collaborating with young people? What is required for an effective, authentic, power-sharing model? So I feel like you've already addressed some of these things already in your talk, but did you want to elaborate a little bit and bring us back to some of those things? I know it's a big question, so if you need some time. I thought what you were saying about listening as a process was really powerful on that. And yeah, did you want to talk about that one more, Ruby, or do you prefer we pass that over to someone else? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, sure.
So the question was, just so you can get one more chance to hear it, how do we offset paternalistic tendencies from well-meaning but ultimately controlling or overbearing adults when collaborating with young people? What is required for an effective, authentic power-sharing model?
Okay. Kind of a big question, but one thing that when I was at the Talanoa Mau conference, one thing that one of the people that was running Te Papa was talking about is how there's not just one leader of running Te Papa, there's two leaders that collaborate together and they share the leadership, and I think it's that, the sort of the concept of I think that race relations and race unity is sort of like a circle where we're all together on the same level and sharing the power, and we're together in a circle. And yeah, not sure if that answers the question, but yeah, not really sure.
Awesome, thanks, Ruby. Because it brings it out into this context of race relations and how we have, they have a chief executive and they have a kaihautu, right, at Te Papa, and they have the same thing in the Anglican Church, right? They have sort of a Māori head of the church and tangata tiriti head of the church. So it's a good point. Bringing that into the context of young people, did anyone have any thoughts on that idea of countering the paternalism that you sometimes get from adults who are well-meaning? How can they kind of, if there's an adult who's trying to collaborate with young people but is finding, oh, whoops, I'm being paternalistic, or not even realizing it, how can we short circuit that or help them be a bit more genuinely collaborative? Go, Stevie.
I've definitely had experiences where I've been in hui with both parents and young people, and have seen sometimes that adults can sometimes tend to take over the space, not because they're trying to, but they genuinely do have good intentions, like they're trying to uplift their young people to speak, or they're trying to say, oh, this is what my daughter or son means, and almost speaking for them. what I want to almost encourage people is sometimes you just have to give young people the space to fly, regardless if you're afraid they're gonna fall or not say the wrong thing. Young people need to have those opportunities to speak and to be heard. And so what I definitely encourage adults is to just be quiet, actually. Like, just learn how to take a back seat and give young people space and time to speak. Yeah, there are definitely good intentions in trying to say, oh, I think, is this what you mean? Is this what you mean? But there is real power in sitting back and actually showing young people, no, actually, this is your space. And we're providing this space for you, not for us to speak on your behalf, but for you to have that opportunity to speak. So yeah, I would say, as difficult as it is, because I know adults like to have control of things, I would definitely say, yeah, just learn how to take a bit of a backseat and provide some space and silence for other young people.
Oh, Stevie, that's great. And it reminds me of something we've been learning, creating spaces for young people to be heard on race relations, but also kind of like creating spaces for a wide range of young people, like 15 to 30, and then some people who support young people at the Race Unity Hui, people who are like 40, 50, 60, 70 want to come too. And one thing we've found helpful for breaking down that really hard tendency of just old people who have more to say, or feel less shame about just taking over a space, is just grouping people by age. And I use it also when I was starting a youth group as well. Like, we had this hui where it was like, okay, we've got all the parents, we've got all the young people, we've got some of the people who've run the program in the past in one room. We have a bit of a presentation about what this group is about. And then to discuss questions, we didn't do it all as one group because I knew we wouldn't hear from the young people. So I said, okay, young people and people who facilitate the programming before, you go over there. Adults will be over here. Have your kōrero, and then share back about what happened. And so if you group people by age, all of a sudden you find that people who were really quiet, you think, oh, they've got nothing to say. I wish they would say something. You group them by age with their peers or people who are close in age, all of a sudden they're a fountain and they have heaps and heaps to say. So I think that's something we can use. And sometimes that works along ethnic lines as well. I'm understanding that sometimes if we caucus people by ethnicity, tangata whenua, Pākehā, tauiwi of color together, sometimes we hear things we might not hear otherwise. So I think that's a strategy that we can use in a lot of different spaces, is bringing people with similar experiences together to see what whakaaro will come out. And Ali, did you want to speak to this too?
Yeah, I don't have that much more to add. I've been enjoying listening to everyone. I guess when I think of paternalism, I kind of think of it as a lack of faith in the capacity of others. So when an adult or a parent is coming in a place of like, okay, I need to control the situation, I need to like micromanage my young person and how they participate or don't participate in a discourse or a space, they're coming from a lack of faith in that child or in that youth. And I think these speech awards are really great because they give us an opportunity to marvel at the capacity and the insight and the capacity, the ability of our young people to articulate their ideas, to be passionate, to speak, with a strong voice. But that I also feel that there's a part of the process in educating older people about the capacity of young people and giving them that consciousness so that they can, help them be decision makers or give them resources to make their ideas into realities. Because as we were saying before, listening is one part of it, but then actually translating that listening or that change in thoughts into action requires a lot more effort and requires decision makers who are usually adults, as we've said, to offer that space or to give that resourcing. And so I guess a part of it, as with everything, is an educational process of in giving people the insight into the capacity of others, and then especially youth, and then allowing them to be empowered through resources and spaces to share their voice, to realize their ideas in action. So yeah, that's just one other idea.
And there's kind of a virtuous spiral there, right? Where like the more space we make for young people to contribute to society, the more we see them contributing to society, and the more people will be aware of their capacity, right? So that's quite a cool thing. Ruby, go ahead.
Well, one of the cool things about the project that I've been doing with these 4 other kids from my school is that it's just been us kids just sort of fumbling our way through the project, and it's just been us. It's not any adults. It's like I think it's important that like giving kids the opportunity to explore these questions and these things by themselves, and just letting them, and also realizing that like we're more mature than you think, and realizing that we can face these big questions. Like one of the speakers was saying before about why do we have to have death with the mosque shootings, and then why does that bring us together? And I think youth do have we have the maturity and we can answer these questions, and we can explore these questions because
There was a lot of clicking going on when you were talking, Ruby. And I was thinking actually that given what you and your friends have been able to achieve, you must have some really cool adults around you, and really cool adults being quiet and letting you do your thing. And like, yeah, I'll help you set up that Zoom call, or like drop off your friend's house and not take over your thing. And I'm just so pleased with what you guys have achieved. It was really cool. Those strengths cards that you guys have been creating, how it highlights sort of these qualities of being human beings, and really cool how it gives a chance for children to express themselves in this context of COVID-19, and also in the context of prejudice. And you started your project after the 15 March attack. I mean, what inspired you to do that? What was it? What was the thought process that led to that that Unity and Strength project?
Well, I think we wanted to create these strength cards because we wanted to inspire conversations between kids about diversity, the diversity that connects all of us, and not just diversity about race and culture, but diversity about strengths. So strengths are things like resilience, creativity, kindness, and inspiring these honest and curious conversations between kids about diversity of strengths, and that make us who we are.
That's awesome. And it's really cool because it speaks to this idea of diversity, and how a lot of our attention at the moment when we talk about diversity is about ethnic diversity or gender diversity. Actually, like, there's so much other elements of diversity. Like once we've sorted out racism and sexism and these things that are holding us back, we'll be discovering this really rich, this incredible richness, not only of our cultures and stuff that we can all draw on, but actually the richness of individual human beings, right? Because we're not all the same. You know, you have one person who's from this ethnic background who is this way, and another person from the same ethnic background who's extremely different. And I feel like we lose that a lot when we see things in really racial terms, don't we?
Another thing that our team also talked about is we saw the Christchurch shooting as sort of like the person who was doing the shooting. They saw the people in the mosque as not really as people. It was sort of like they had cellophane over their face, and we made a video to show it, and we had people holding up cellophane over their face with sticky notes of stereotypes on the cellophane over the face, and we sort of used that as a metaphor of how we sort of dehumanize people, and that's why it's so easy to direct hate towards them, because we don't actually see them as real humans. And by with the strength card stuff that we're doing, it's sort of about realizing the humanness and the diversity of humanness in people, and taking off those sticky notes and pulling down that cellophane and really seeing each other as humans.
That's so profound. Wow. And it's so true. And a lot of there's been a lot of research about how if you're going to propagate violence against a specific ethnic group, there's a process, and you have to first dehumanize them. And if you're going to do it on a big scale, you need to do it through the media. So it brings us back to this conversation we have in society about hate speech and should we be regulating it? I mean, we should really think about that. What we say and what we allow in the media is not value neutral, right? I mean, it's really, if we're allowing people to be dehumanized in the media, this is creating an environment where violence is possible. So yeah, thank you, Ruby. That's really profound. I have a question that I'd like all the panelists to answer. I'm going to start with Tayaba because I know she needs to leave soon for prayers. And the question is, what is it that gives you hope for the future of race relations in Aotearoa? And I want to frame this one because this is about tūturo whakamuri ka anga whakamua, and one of those questions we wanted them to answer was, what do you think, what do you want race relations in New Zealand to look like in 20 years? You don't need to give us your vision, but what is it that gives you hope that 20 years from now will be better than now? And how does that hope help you in your efforts to improve race relations? Go Taiava.
Right, and look, the answer is short and simple. It's you guys. It is the people, it is the people, it is the people. And it's why I choose to, participate in these things, because I get to, I feel hope and inspiration because people like you guys exist in the world. And it's, that would be my answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Who would like to go next? Go, Ellie.
I totally agree. I think it's seeing those around you who have so much to give and seeing them give it with so much passion and so much zeal, and knowing that that's just going to spread, like that light is just going to spread to more people, and the light can never be stopped. I think in kind of the context of the whole theme of the speech awards this year and the idea of looking into the past to see the future, I think looking at where we've come from and actually like having a historical perspective really gives you like confidence and assurance that we will not be stuck here forever, because we weren't stuck in the 1950s forever. We weren't stuck where we were during the wars forever. Like we, as a humanity, as a whole human civilization, we've progressed through so many different stages, and we've seen like, I guess, signs of our maturity in, I guess, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights within the last century, or just the worldwide acceptance of the equality of men and women, like all these ideas or principles that are coming to the forefront, which were unheard of 200 or 100 years ago. The idea that these are now commonplace and more people hold them as very dear to themselves. And we see, I guess, more fruits of the human tree being realized. That historical perspective ensures me that we will move past all of these things. We will move past racism. We will move past the extremes of wealth and poverty. And I think we have to work towards, it's not just gonna happen, but knowing that it will, because it's happened before and it has to happen, that's how time works. That is a real hope for me. And I think you can't ever stop looking at the history, because then you lose perspective and you lose hope.
Kia ora, Ali. Over to you, Stevie.
Kia ora. I think my biggest hope for the future is young people. Like I see so much in the young people of today. I see so much, not just potential, but actually the work that they're doing now, which I think really inspires me and really helps me to know, man, we're in good hands. Like we've got young people who are already on the front lines, who are already engaging and educating. We have young people who are, telling adults what to do, and I think that is really the goal of each generation is to pass down your wisdom and experience in order to uplift the next generation, so that we're consistently kind of going upwards. And I totally see that in this generation and the young people that we have today, that they are so incredible. I mean, just look at the kai kōrero and the people who spoke, our young people who spoke today, and there are huge amounts of wealth, of knowledge and experience. And I think for me, I look at the young people in communities all over Aotearoa, and I just think, yeah, we're in good hands.
Ruby, what gives you hope for the future of race relations in Aotearoa?
Well, I feel really hopeful when I'm talking to other kids about my project. I feel hope because I feel hope when they sort of they really understand, and I like that young people are really acceptance of change, and I'm seeing this I don't know, just I really have hope in my generation that we will be able to accept this change and move forward by looking at our past and be able to create a future for ourselves. And I also have hope when I'm, talking to you guys. I just feel so amazed and just so great to see such amazing adults just doing amazing things, and it really gives me hope for my future and the rest of people my age's future. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ruby. I'm going to go a really strange direction, and yes, all the things you said give me hope. Actually, one thing that gives me hope is switched on old people who show some of those qualities of youth. And I'm going to give a special shout out to my two friends, Bev Watson and Patty Payne, who are the backbone of the Race Unity Speech Awards. These people have been doing it for years. Bev was there when it first started 20 years ago, and her ability to deal with change and do things in new ways, cope with technology, is amazing. Patty Payne is the Office of Public Affairs for the Baha'i community has two members at the moment. It's me and Patty, and I see so much of him. He's one of my best friends. He's about the age of my dad. He's in his 60s, and he's one of the most youthful people I know. I don't know how he does it, but his ability to learn, his ability to listen and be humble. He's like this leader in his own right in business and stuff, and his ability to listen and cope with change and do what needs to be done is amazing. And so I just want to tautoko those older people who are able to do that. And it gives me hope that when I'm old, I don't need to be like, an old person who's like unknowingly prejudiced and stuff. It's like, oh wow, like there's hope for me. Like maybe I'll be like Patty. That'd be cool. So I hope that provides a humorous but heartfelt end to this panel discussion, because our judges are ready to give their results. So I'm going to hand over to Miriama. Thank you so much to our panelists. Mihi nui kia koutou. And yeah, thank you so much for listening. That's all from me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Aidan, and Taiaba, Ruby, and Stevie, and Ali for that kōrero. I took a lot out of that panel, and I really love the advice from Taiaba that we need to take the space to grieve and acknowledge when we are, when we're attacked or feel that we are a victim or, being weighed down on by racism. Grieve and acknowledge it. And Aidan, thank you for liberating us from the notion that we should be the ones, the people who feel it the most should be the ones that also manage and solve it, because that's actually not fair. So that was really great to have that liberating comment, and it was something that Stevie spoke powerfully to. It's an emotional labor, she said. So our panelists, they took a lot from our speakers today: Shay Witihira, Lucia Bernards, Ngāri Ki Tamainu, Andre Hapuku Lambert, Jen Marsh, and Jess Jenkins. These speakers helped spark wider discussion about what racism is, from where it springs, and how we can manage and mould and build a different future where anything from pronouncing people's names to horrific, or mispronouncing rather, people's names to horrific attacks no longer play a part in the fabric of who we are. As Ruby said, hate is the child of fear and lack of knowledge, and Aidan added that we need to learn to sit and listen, and sit in discomfort sometimes to do that, and face into the challenges so that we can begin to create another reality. So this is about exercising our personal power. Our panelists said we're not without power. We have choice and agency, which can be transformative. I have had in the last couple of months around COVID-19 a lot of discussions about creating an opportunity and a space to do things differently. That was a theme of our speakers today, and also within our panel. And that can be just as simple, that choice can be just as simple as choosing who gets to come back into our lives after lockdown, making the choice about who we buy from, or who we listen to, or who we support, what we support. I have a friend, Rachel Tolele, who advocates for this being the time for a consumer to come alive with choice, and the same goes for every part of our lives. So I started this morning by saying that inequity is a choice that we have made over and again as a country, but that lockdown has proven that if we care enough, we'll stop everything and we'll find the money to solve threats. Racism is a threat. It's a daily tiring itch which can explode into acts of horror, which impacts everyone, but we do have choice. We do have personal power and agency inside of this. And that comes back to some of the ideas that were mooted this morning around our people being the product of an environment that we create as a country. So we don't want to go back to a scarcity attitude where we grab what we can, but to an abundant and collective approach where there's enough for everyone if we work together. So I want to mihi again to our kai kōrero this morning who have challenged us, who have powerfully laid out the raw realities, and who have given us pillars and models upon which we can etch our dreams and crucially put them into action. So our judges are nearly ready to join us and announce their decisions. What we're going to do is, before we have the judges come back, is remind you of the awards that are going to be made. So we have 6 special awards, each with a cash prize of $500. Te Tohu Maramatanga, the Bahai Community Award for Insight, will be made to a speaker who provides deep insights into how we can bring about the oneness of humanity in Aotearoa. Te Tohu Eke Pānuku, the Human Rights Commission Award for Impact, is for a speaker providing an effective practical suggestion for ending racism and improving race relations in Aotearoa. Te Tohu Aumangia, the Here Moani Memorial Award for Advocacy, will be given to a speaker who shows us how to stand up for our rights and the rights of others. And Te Tohu Whetū Matarau, the Office of Ethnic Communities Award for Vision, is for a speaker who helps us envision Aotearoa's future as a multicultural society founded on Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And the last of our special awards is Te Tohu Auahatanga, the Speech New Zealand Award for Delivery, which will be made to a speaker whose creative and engaging delivery captures the audience's attention. And then, of course, there is Te Tohu Raukura a Motsu, the New Zealand Police National Champions Award, with a prize of $2,000. That prize is halved, $1,000 for the speaker and $1,000 for their school. So, e te whānau, the judges are ready. I'm going to hand over to Chief Judge, Deputy Commissioner Wally Haumaha from the New Zealand Police.
Tēnā koe, Miriama, and thank you to all of our participants. This has been an absolute stunning performance by these incredible young minds, and who have, as we said right at the outset, map a vision for our future in terms of stamping out this horrible disease of racism. Today it's been an absolute privilege to listen to these young New Zealanders, and as judges we all share our profound gratitude to the vision that these young people have espoused today. Some really key themes that came out that we were privy to was focused on the importance to the future of our country as we work together and stand united. And I guess if there are lessons to be learned coming out of COVID-19, it's about the opportunity we now have in front of us to reshape our thinking, rethink the future, imagine what a bright future looks like based on unity, thinking about the past, the activities of all those who have gone before us, our forefathers who you heard through some of the speeches, who fought the battles for the price of citizenship and the price of freedom. It was so awesome to listen to that conversation between a young student in today's modern era talking to her grandfather of yesteryear, and having that challenge that he went away to fight for freedom, and now she continues with that fight for the betterment and the future of our country. We heard some excellent themes also coming through around the taniwha of racism, an ocean of new beginnings, destroying the taniwha. There was the view of eliminating and eradicating racism through education, mātauranga, standing up, speaking up, having the courage to challenge other people's views, negative or otherwise, standing united and mahi tahi tātou, working together for the future of our country. And as was said, having the courage, Maya, having the courage to challenge those with those views of bias and racism. The interesting thing that came through very strongly was the imagery and the symbolism that you used in your speeches. Very powerful, particularly the imagery of the white feather and the korowai, and the cloak that's now being draped over us, and the responsibility that we all have to refocus, reimagine, and drive forward a new future for this country. The strength that came through again around one's identity. Yesterday, on one hand, I was this. Today, I discovered that I'm that. And of course, many speeches over the years that I have heard is about that conflict, about people of different nationalities striding between two worlds, trying to find out, where do I fit into society? How does society drive this whole purpose and sense of inclusiveness so that I belong as much as anybody belongs inside of this country? And it never ceases to amaze me, the power of those speeches and the heart, the inspiration, the passion that comes through these young people, again, as they want and hope for a better future for all of us. So on that note, that's my opening comments, the opening comments from the judges, but I would just like to call on my fellow judges just to impart a few words that they would like to comment on in terms of the overall tone and level of inclusiveness inside of these speech awards. So could I just call our first judge, Meng Fu, Human Rights Commission. Kia ora, Meng.
Kia ora, Wally, e me ki tautoko ana wau ki o koutou kōrero. I totally support all the words, inspiration that Chief Judge has actually just said. I take heart in terms of the whakataua ki e tū ki te kei o te waka. E pākia koe e ngā ngaru o te wā. And all of your speeches atoned to that vision. Uncle Api, in his years, always had a vision for his people, and you all have grabbed that mantle of having a vision for our people going into the future. I like the parts of imagine what our place would be in 20 years' time. The connection of korowai, the connection of all of those aspects that you put together, absolutely fantastic. I just want to say also, thank you for the research that you've done. You've dug deep. You may have learned a few things yourselves. And it is that commonality of history, courage, and the future, which runs through the whole, all the threads of the different speakers today. I have great hope going into the future. I encourage each and every one of you to continue your fantastic journey in inspiring us. I do like the concept of tuakana teina, and I have great hope for our young people. So mihi atu ki a koutou, mō koutou whakaaro, mō koutou whakawala, me ki o koutou ihi kei roa e nei whakataetai nui āmotu o tēnei kaupapa whakaharahara mā tātou. Kia ora, Wally.
Tēnā koe te rangatira e Ming. And a member from the National Assembly of the Baha'i Faith, could I ask Huti Watson for your comments? Kia ora, Huti.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Wally. Ngā mihi ki a koe. E tū ki te kei o te waka has a very special meaning for us of Ngāti Parau, as it was given to us by our whanaunga Uncle Api Mahuika. So just to think of him at this time. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Miriama Kamo for hosting our event this year. Ngā mihi ki a koe, Miriama. I'd like to congratulate all of our speech contestants. Thank you for participating with us in advancing the process of world peace one step at a time by changing the hearts. And as Andre mentioned, it starts with changing ourselves. Jen's reference to the Race Unity event, which is paving the way for the opinions of rangatahi to matter, even during a world pandemic, shows that the intention of this kaupapa is being heard. I'd like to acknowledge the New Zealand Police, who have been our principal sponsors since 2008, and of course the Human Rights Commission and the Heri Moani Charitable Trust, who have supported this initiative since the very beginning. The Office of Ethnic Communities and Speech New Zealand, who are also sponsoring this year's Speech Awards and have supported us in various ways for many years. We're also really delighted with the participation of Te Taurawhiri Te Reo Māori. The Manukau Institute of Technology and Studio Mark have also become sponsors and partners here. And I'd like to thank the New Zealand Federation of Multicultural Councils, which has been a long-standing supporter of the awards on behalf of the National Baha'i community. We're enormously grateful to all of them and to all of you, the contestants, judges, supporters and participants. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa.
Koe Huti, kānui te mihi atu ki a koe I tō koutou whakaaro, hohonu whakaaro pai mō tēnei kaupapa. Hoki atu ki a koe e te tuahine Lil Anderson, who is the Chief Executive of Te Arawhiti, but Lil is also the lead, carrying the lead for the work stream called Caring for Vulnerable Communities, caring for communities, people at risk, and doing a brilliant job. And we're privileged to have Lil online with us as one of our key judges today. Kia ora, Lil. Lil's on mute.
Tēnā koe te rangatira e Wally, tēnā tātou katoa. Today presented two challenges. One you've just seen, which is my challenge with technology. And two really is about how do you possibly judge a group of special young people like this. It reminds me today that communication is an art. It's not a science, it's not something you learn in books. It is you bringing yourself to what you have to say, and there's a real strength in clearly articulating meaning and a real strength in clearly articulating with clarity. And so I really do want to congratulate you all. Today has been a fantastic day. And what I've seen on show really is just the range of topics that you've chosen to look at, the depth of the issues, the quality of your insights. I wish I had so much insight when I was that young. My insight came a lot later. And so I think our future is very bright if it is in the hands of young people like yourselves. And I just really want to encourage you that often you don't need a speech competition to say what you feel. And it's really important that you continue to take every opportunity to tell people the way you think and the way you feel. And it is a really important thing for you to do going into the future. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Lil. Thank you, thank you. And we're very privileged also to have the first Professor of Diversity from AUT Institute, Professor Edwina Poe. Kia ora, Edwina.
Tēnā koe rangatira Wally, thank you very much. My fellow judges, I'd also like to acknowledge Rakesh, who has been with Wally, and Mariama for emceeing this. Each of the speakers has been absolutely inspirational. I've been a judge before, and every year it's very, very hard to decide who is the best among you, because each of you are wonderful in your own special way. And I think by participating in this, and it being virtual has been even more challenging, you care, and caring to be inclusive is a choice. So thank you once again, Namihi, to each of the speakers for reminding us of the legacy that we are creating and gifting to the future, to our grand and gorgeous world. How do we convert our dreams into reality? And that's really the key to what we do every day, in our small ways, in our big ways, to make a meaningful difference to this wonderful country, Aotearoa. May your Korowai be one of peace and diversity. Thank you.
Kia ora, Professor Edwina. Thank you very much for your wisdom and the insights from our judging panel. And as the team have said today, this has probably been one of the most difficult decisions in judging in my time as Chief Judge. It never gets any easier. So without further ado, we're going to go to the awards section. And as you know, Miriama has already outlined those awards that will be presented by the respective members of each agency. And the first award comes from Tohu Manukura i Te Reo Māori Language Commission Award for Te Reo Māori. And I'll now call on Rangiora Trotman Peter to present that award. Kia ora, Rangiora.
Tēnā koe wale Aotearoa, Apurangatira, anō mātou no te taura whiri te maringa nui te whai wāhi mai ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Today I am very privileged and very honoured and very, very excited to be able to present the award for Te Tohu Manukura i Te Reo. I'm very excited to say that today this will be going to Jen Marsh. Jen, you have displayed so eloquently, so many ideas, and used Te Reo Māori to further your ideas, to enrich your ideas, to give us pictures of what we might not have had before. Nō reira, e Jen, mō I whakarangatira tō tātou reo Māori, ka kitea te anamata, e ora tonu ana mō te reo Māori. Nō reira, from Te Taurawhiri, from the Māori Language Commission, to you, and to all of you who stood, to all of you who got this far, huge congratulations. Like our judges have reflected on, it's very difficult. It always is very difficult. But we are very excited to be a part of this, and very excited to be able to recognise Te Reo Māori as a huge part of your speeches. Your thought processes have been fantastic to follow along with, and we will be within time so very privileged to hand over the reins of Te Reo Māori, of its revitalisation to all of you who have displayed such amazing talents and commitment to your ideas. So Jen, congratulations to you for receiving the Tohu Manukura i Te Reo. It's our honour, it's our privilege to be here today, and thank you everybody for your time. Kia ora rā.
Kia ora. Jen, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to say ngā mihi, a big thank you for this opportunity, and just everyone, kia kaha I roto I te reo Māori, kōrero Māori as much as you can, keep it going in your schools, with your whānau, just kia kaha, keep it going strong. So ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Jen, and the eloquence of her kōrero and the mite o tōna reo was just absolutely he tino a tāua. The second award, Tohu Āhuatanga Speech New Zealand Award for Delivery, is presented by Pauline Prendergast, Chair of Speech New Zealand. Kia ora, Pauline.
Kia ora. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to present the award to Andre Hapuka Lambert today. This award was for the person who captured the audience's attention, and I felt Andre spoke with passion, and because his speech was so well paced with his delivery, with excellent use of pause that I felt the message was so easily absorbed. And that was one of the reasons why I chose Andre for this award. He emphasized the key words and phrases so they stood out easily. And he spoke with great sincerity, all added to with his meaningful gestures and his facial expressions. So my congratulations to you, Andre.
Thank you. Kia ora, Andre.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just don't have the words to express how thankful I am. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora. Kia ora, and congratulations to you as well, Andre. And again, thanks for a very creative and engaging delivery in terms of your speech today. Excellent. The third area is Tohu Eke Pānuku, Human Rights Commission Award for Impact. And could I call on our Judge Meng Fu, Race Relations Commissioner, New Zealand Human Rights Commission, to present the award. Kia ora, Meng.
Kia ora, Wally, and once again, thank you for the opportunity to sponsor this very important part of the award section, Tohu Eke Pānuku, and the winner is Te Wahine Toa ko Jen. Mātou mihi ki a koe, mō tēnei whai kōrero whakaharahara. You inspired us with poetry, quotations going back into the past. And I particularly like the aspect where you actually said, well, what is November the 5th? And people will think it was all those overseas events that we actually remember this day by, but it's actually hits home where it actually belongs, and learning our history is very important. And the albatross feather, the kahukura, a very strong aspect in Eke Pānuku, because the albatross is one of those birds that fly all over the world and still finds its way home. And so the whakapapa links that you have drawn us to is hugely important for us going to our future. So nei rā te mihi ki a koe tēnō poraurangi ki a tahu pōtiki. Nō reira, tēnā koe Jen.
Kia ora Meng Fu, thank you very much for that. And again, another stunning speech. Kia ora, Jen.
Well, ngā mihi, I'm a bit lost in words actually, but the white feather was something I learned about from some of my amazing tutors I've had through kapahaka, who have given me this ao Māori worldview, which is something we don't always learn, and it's something that I really treasure and is so relevant to us back home and our relationship with the Taranaki people as well. So ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Jen. Our prize tohu o Mangia, the Hiri Moani Memorial Award for Advocacy, is presented by Candice Mani, a trustee of the Hiri Moani Memorial Award for Advocacy. Kia ora, Candice.
Kia ora. Tēnā kote, tēnā kote, tēnā kote katoa. It's my great pleasure to be able to represent the trust, Hiri Moani Trust, who reside overseas, to the person who represents this award, Au Mangia. This designation resonates deeply with the Hiri Moani Trust, as it represents advocate, champion, promoter, proponent, upholder, campaigner. Hiri Moani, in whose honor this Race Unity Research Speech Award was established 20 years ago, embodied and exemplified these qualities, and he gave his life for it too. Hedi was influenced by the Baha'i teaching of the oneness of mankind, and he made racial harmony and unity his life vision and passion. So it's befitting that this award is given to a person who becomes an advocate and a champion and upholder of race unity. And I can say that all the presenters represented and showed these qualities of advocacy, of commitment, of passion. So it's very difficult to pick a person who would become an ambassador. So this is my call to you all, that we hope that all of you don't stop here and continue this conversation, Korero, into your future lives, to your schools, and share it with your colleagues and family. And but ultimately, the process asked me to choose one person that the trust would be honored to present this award to, and that person is Lucia Tui Bernards. Lucia, I'm very impressed and moved by your moving and passionate speech about, and especially bringing your family history, your grandfather, weaving that into the notion of this award was very powerful, and it stays with many for a long time. Your attention to young generations in terms of you're facing a different kind of war is very appropriate. And as Hedy was a champion also of the youth, and he was a great affinity with the cause of the youth. So, and your point is well put, that the future wars are different kind and needs a greater level of unity and camaraderie. Your statement of war as the price of citizenship is very powerful and moving. I think this is this made me think then although sad in reflection, but it's very powerful. And listening to you all, it gives me the hope, as one person said in the chat part, that New Zealand is in good hands. And I share that with all of you. And again, the metaphors and the images you painted for us this morning will be remembered for a long time. And I thank you all for that.
Lucia, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Well, kia ora, thank you so much. I've learned so much from my whānau and my koro and the journey that he started. I don't want the rangatahi to forget that. I want to make sure that I continue that fight. So its memory is forever in our whānau's mind and forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. And that your name reminds me of Ohina Mutu, where there was that famous Italian song, Santa Lucia. And we thought your name must have been a name that came from that time. And many of those famous Rotorua singers who used to sing that, and your grandfather would have been, your great-grandfather would have been remembered at that time as well. Brilliant speech, and as can be said, the imagery inside of that was very powerful. The Tohu Whetū Matarau Award from the Office of Ethnic Communities, the award for vision. Could I call on Natasha Narayan, Regional Manager Community Engagement. Kia ora, Natasha.
Kia ora koutou. It gives me great pleasure to present this award. The Tohu Whetū Matarau refers to the many-pointed star, and it has connotations of being aspirational for the future and doing or achieving great things. The Office of Ethnic Communities, as the government's principal advisor for ethnic diversity in New Zealand, we acknowledge that there are over 210 different ethnic groups in Aotearoa who speak over 150 languages. So we feel that this award gives us a real opportunity to recognise the richness of that diversity, and it gives me great pleasure to present it today to Andre Hapuku-Lambert. Andre, there are a few things from your speech that I think really reflect the aspirational nature and the achievement of great things that you reminded us of. You reminded us that a child is a product of its environment. You reminded us that a nation is a product of its people. You reminded us that we are all key in this journey. And you took what was a very complex, it could have been a very complex issue, but you made it, you gave it a richness in its simplicity by highlighting three important things: education, courage, and unity. And you gave us strong cries for each of those. Whaia te mātauranga, e tū, kōrero atu, and mahitahi. And in that simplicity, you actually encapsulated a way to deal with the complexity that this can, that what others have referred to as this taniwha can have in our country. I loved at the end that you said that we have the ability through our choices to shape Aotearoa into a home where racism does not roam. And I think that is a kōrero that I will be using in the office in the future. And thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Kia ora, Andre.
Kia ora, kaore ahau he kopu ki te whakamārama o ka mihi. Kia koe, just ngā mihi nui. Yeah, thanks so much. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, that's how inspirational your speech was, Andre, and also thinking of the 3 A's around acknowledgement, acceptance, and allegiance. You know, again, you did some good research in terms of what that meant for us and what it means for the country going forward. And of course, we now go to the Tohu Maramatanga Award from the Bahai Community Awards for Insight, and ask Huti Watson, a member of the National Bahai Assembly, to address the award. Kia ora, Huti.
Kia ora anō Wally, tēnā koe. The tohu whakamarama is for the speech that sheds insights on the kaupapa of race unity. And Jess Jenkins, you're a clear standout for this award. I'm honoured to present it to you for the tohu whakamarama. Congratulations. Jess, your speech used the metaphor of your own person and heritage as being a blend of the two cultures in Aotearoa and shed insights into the struggles experienced by someone who's the product of these two cultures. You expressed both the essential oneness of humanity in your speech, but you also talked about the barriers in the way of realising this oneness. You insightfully distinguished between our naive self-image as a unified society, but you also talked about the true unity we should be striving for. Your speech was challenging in terms of the language it used, but ultimately put forward a very powerful vision of what true unity could look like. And I really loved your candor in recounting historic events. It was really refreshing. Ngā mihi kia koe, Jess. Congratulations.
Kia ora, Jess.
Kia ora, ngā mihi, oh my gosh. Kind of a bit of a loss for words. Thank you so much, and for your amazing comments as well. Yeah, kia ora.
Well done, Jess, and thank you, Huti, for those comments. Very powerful. Of course, we come to the overall award now, which is the Tohu Raukura Motu, the New Zealand Police National Champions Award, for the overall winner of the 2020 Race Unity Speech Awards. We have a prize of $2,000, $1,000 for the speaker, $1,000 for their school. There is the Raukura Feather Plume Treasure, recognising leadership, talent and achievement ā-motu on a national basis. And so it gives me great pleasure to announce the winner of the 2020 Race Unity Speech Awards, which was, again, could I say to all the participants that it was a very, very tough decision, and it certainly doesn't get easier year in and year out. But again, the high standard, the high bar that you set was certainly made it difficult for the judges to come to an agreement and choose a winner. Very little between each of the participants. And as you've seen across the spread of awards that you have all won, just again shows how much depth has gone into the research and the way that you have delivered your speeches today. Could I say to all of those across the Bahai faith and all of the organisers who have made this day possible by way of virtual connecting, thank you very much for organising this. And again, a privilege for the New Zealand Police to be a key participant and sponsor inside of these dynamic speeches. Could I thank your parents, for supporting you in every way, your grandparents, your siblings, your schools, your community, and of course, what you have presented today shows that we are in a good state in terms of what the future looks like for this country, and long may that continue. So I won't delay any further and announce the award winner, whose speech was very clearly articulated by the previous judge, Huti Watson. So the award goes to Jess Jenkins from Tawa College. Kia ora, Jess.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you so much. It has been such an honour and a privilege to be a part of these awards this year, the Race Unity Speech Competition. It's been absolutely incredible to share our views and kōrero in this platform in this unprecedented time. COVID-19 has seen us separated, yet united in such a seemingly ironic way, which I think is just so wonderful and so incredible. Thank you so much. Ngā mihi nui, kia ora.
Thank you, Jess. And of course, are your parents available, Jess? Are your parents with you?
My mum is here. My dad's actually at work. He works 7 days. This is as you can see, this is part A, to be exact. Yeah, I have 5 younger siblings, and my dad works so hard to support us all. Yeah, so.
Well, you have woven those two worlds beautifully together, Jess. And, you know, where on one hand, sometimes we're lost on this hand and trying to find ourselves on the other hand. And you, like many of the young people in the country who struggle with that self-identification, you articulated that beautifully today. And I'm sure you'll be an inspiration to others who will also find themselves and not suffer from oppression or any of the other negative behaviors that happen sometimes in the wider community. So thank you for that beautiful speech, and everybody watching online, I'm sure you'll join with me and give a big round of applause for Jess. Now, I'd just like to thank our MC for today, Miriama e te tuahine, kanui te mihi te kia koe, and I will just hand this back to you to complete our day. Thank you, Miriama.
Kia ora e te rangatira, tēnā koe. Well, that was wonderful to be able to acknowledge the winners today, particularly Jess Jenkins with the Te Tohu Raukura Motu Award. Andre and Jen did very well as well, but all of our speakers today were just an absolute privilege and honour to be able to listen to and to take on board your ideas. And I know how hard it would have been as a judge. I just had no idea what they were going to do because every single one of the speakers today had so much to offer on so many different levels. So ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa mō koutou whakaro I te ata nei. Yeah, really, really wonderful. I absolutely applaud you. Of course, you know, we give out awards so that we can recognise and celebrate excellence and draw attention to the speeches that have the best chance of swaying hearts and minds towards race unity. But these awards shouldn't distract us from the reality that we're all in one waka, the waka e kinoa, working towards a more peaceful and united Aotearoa. So thank you, as I said, to all of our speakers this year for contributing to and powerfully enhancing this kaupapa. Thank you to your teachers who have mentored these students and encouraged them to enter the speech awards, to the judges, over 60 of them, who took on the difficult task of choosing which speakers to elevate to a bigger stage, our timekeepers and our tireless people behind the scenes dealing with all kinds of mishaps and technical difficulties so that this event could run smoothly online. To our sponsors, the New Zealand Police, the Human Rights Commission, the Here Moani Charitable Trust, Speech New Zealand, the Office of Ethnic Communities, Te Taurawhiri I Te Reo Māori, Studio Mark and the Manukau Institute of Technology, and of course, the Baha'i community for organising the Speech Awards. We thank you all. And of course, to everybody who has been watching today, we thank you also by listening to these eloquent young people. You are giving them the power of being heard, which is just so very important right now that we make that space. Each of us will be thinking now about what we can do to respond to the challenges that have been set before us and asking how will I contribute to race unity in Aotearoa. We can start this mission by spreading all today's voices far and wide. So the videos of today's speeches will be up on YouTube and Facebook this afternoon. So do share them with everyone that you know. Do that proudly. Think about the ideas that have been put forward, discuss them with your friends and family. I know I will be in the days to come. Together we can make 2020 a year that saw us move towards real unity in Aotearoa. So again, a congratulations to all of our speakers and particularly to you, Jess, and thank you so much for bringing your mum, Plan A, and that was very moving and appropriate to be able to meet her, and a big mihi to your dad too. So that, e te whānau, concludes the national final of the Race Unity Speech Awards. It's been an absolute honour, as I say, to share this day and this platform with you. Thank you so very much. E te whānau, ngā mihi nui, ngā mihi maioha, ngā mihi aroha ki a koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā koutou katoa.
Kia ora.